Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. As we begin, I'd like to just start with the Gayatri Mantra. If you know it, you're welcome to join along. Om Bhur-Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, belief system, ethnicity. I hope that we all can embrace the diversity of different places and times and cultures. Allow us to take refuge in the unity beneath. Hello, dear angel. And hello, buzzard. Welcome. Dear angel, are you the same angel that shared a stuffed monster thingy? Because that's something I am going to share for everyone today. Thank you, dear mundane human things, for blessing us with a heart meet. Very kind of you. Never expected, but deeply appreciated. Radhe, Radhe. Same angel. Oh, good. Well, I'm happy to be able to share your lovely stuffed monster thing. Or should I call it a monster? I don't know if I should call it a monster. That might have negative connotations. A stuffed creature is the term that you used. But I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Hello, dear Jane. Hello, Murated. Murated Sophical. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. So I apologize. If I can do better, please teach me. Now, Kyle, you ask, do I think sloths ever feel offended for being personally called out in the 7 deadly sins? You always give me a good laugh. Thank you for that, Kyle. Your name is Murat. It is Turkish. Murat. I hope I am pronouncing it a little closer now that I know at what point your first name is cut off in your username. But Turkish, that's very cool. Thank you, dear Andrea, for the rose that you sent too, and welcome. Hariom Tatsat. And Bobby Sue, hello, and thank you for your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. The Bobby Sue special. Jaya Sintaram. Hello, Tiny Planet Explorer. Alright, I'm doing better at pronouncing Murat. Thank you. I might have to do some homework. Hello, Jojo. Hello, Doomslayer. How am I so zen? Because I know what it's like to not be zen, and it doesn't fit me very well. It doesn't suit me. What's on the menu today shares mundane human things? Well, I am about to reveal the question of the day, and then I'd like to do a short reading and perhaps reveal dear angel show and tell that they wanted to share with us too. So, without further ado, I would like to show above my head the question of the day, which is, what is something that you appreciate about dreams? I'd like to know. And hello, dear Shannon. And hello, Kit Kat Paddywhack too. Welcome. And Balair. Hello, nice to see you too. Kyle, you had also shared, when all things are considered at the end of the day, it's night. Very funny. Hello, Talon. Kara, you like the insights? Yeah. We do get a lot of insights from our dreams, don't we? And the traveling, that's also a big one too. Many different things to see, people and places to be around. Baked Sevenfold, you share that you lack the ability to remember your dreams. It's like a muscle. It takes practice. We just have a short window in the morning before we forget. It's good to take advantage of that. Gamma Gemma Gemma, you share that dreams can be such fun adventures. I agree. Some of my best memories took place in my dreams. And hello and thank you, dear Laura, for your tiny yippee. And hello, Celia. Nice to see you, Chance, as well. Jose, you shared that it lets you explore the depths of your own self. Absolutely. Yes. Lucas, you shared that you always revisit the past in your dreams. Is that normal? Well, I can certainly relate to that. Yeah, I think a lot of us do. Our dreams are built on everything that we've experienced thus far. And everything that we've experienced thus far, technically speaking, takes place in the past. But despite the fact that it's made up of old experiences, Nova, you share that it gives you new experiences. How amazing is that? And that's funny. User 28. Gemma Gemma Gemma, you share that lately you haven't been remembering them. But when you do, you find they help you understand things about your... And then the comment got cut off. I imagine it's yourself, though. Or some part of yourself. And thank you, Babblefishy, for your trio of roses, too. Hariom Tatsat. Bobby Sue, you share that sometimes your dreams can be motivating. They show you how things can be. That's a great observation. I like that. Namaste, Magdalene. Jane, you share that sometimes you dream something that really happened while you were asleep in a different location. That's very magical. Tapped into the collective consciousness. And Kit Kat Paddywhack, you share that you have also been visited by people who are no longer in this plane. That's always a gift. Absolutely, yeah. I'm very grateful that I have a lot of family members still alive, but of my grandfather, who is one of the only ones that have passed away so far in this life, I'm so grateful that a relationship of sorts still gets to evolve in my dreams, conversations, questions I don't have the chance to ask physically, but I can mentally, at least, spiritually. And Tiny Planet Explorer, you share that it's like another dimension. When you start to think being human gets boring, you remember dreams exist. Right? I know so many times I've gone to bed feeling however I felt, but my dreams can often ignite something deeply inspiring, deeply motivating. auditor or auditore. I don't know if the E at the end is pronounced, but you share that you appreciate dreams because since you were 12 you began to have lucid ones, and it keeps still ever since. I love that for you. Dreams unlock a whole other, well, dimension, I guess, once we can do so consciously. Lucas, you were wondering what it means to revisit the past in our dreams. Well, for me it sounds like the default probably means something more if we didn't dream about the past and instead dreamt about maybe the future or an alternate time entirely. But the past means that there's something there for us to process. We take in so much experience, but that's not all we do. We store that experience in our subconscious, and then we work through it during times where we're interfaced with that subconscious, like in our dreams. So being taken to our subconscious means that there's something there for us to continue to explore of our past experiences, a new perspective to find. I think. Anyway. And thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart, me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Matt Pidge, thank you for your rose and heart me as well. Jai Sita Ram. I'm a little in the past right now because I'm going through the answers to the question of the day one at a time. But it's very good to see you, Sue. You share that dreams give you insights about yourself and things you're working through. I like that a lot. Omkara, that's a great idea for remembering dreams. Keep a journal by bedside to write when waking up, or a reminder on your phone screen, on your lock screen. Or you love seeing loved ones who aren't here anymore. Dear Muffins, you were wondering why I don't do debates and such, as you find confidence in my abilities. You know what's funny about that question is that I was thinking about how I would respond to that question just a couple hours ago. Sometimes my mind is running about what kind of questions I could get in my live stream, and I guess I was locked in today. Now I just have to remember what I thought. What was I thinking? I was thinking that to me the greatest change in life happens through personal discovery. And so I leave it to people to find that blossom naturally within them. I don't have a good reason to be challenging other people's perspectives when I'm still trying to figure out my own. And it's also my intention for my internet presence to be a collaborative one. I would not prefer to pick fights, but instead build bridges and find common ground. In that way, I love finding the unity amidst perspectives rather than challenging whether one is more right or wrong. I just don't think like that anymore. Or I'm trying to think more in the direction of adding to my perspectives, letting people share their stories, and if there's any way for me to relay mine and have it relate with their story too, then that would be an honor. But yeah, it's funny, I was thinking about that earlier. Thank you, dear Hydra, for the heart me you sent too. Ariom Tatsat. And hello, Chloe Evans. Hello, Sean. Let's see. So many comments I have yet to respond to, so thank you for your patience, everyone. Dare Bear, you had shared that you appreciate the chance to spend time with those who have passed and visit you in your dreams. I loved that a lot. And Third Eye Willie, you share that dreams are parallel universes. I like that a lot too. And Shay, you share that you get to reconnect with dead friends and relatives. Indeed. And Babblefishy, you share that you sometimes experience other perspectives you wouldn't have otherwise. I love that, and that's a great thing you've pointed out. Or you share that they make you reflect on emotions you might be suppressing. That's a big one too. And hello Uruh. Hello Spirit. Thank you for finding beauty in me. Talon, you share that you appreciate that dreams can be like being awake but better. Yes, many things are improved when there's less object permanence. Namaste, Magdalene. Auntie, you share that your dreams have meaning or messages usually. What about me? Depends how hard I look to find the meaning. Some dreams are just so ridiculous that I don't even want to try, but I probably could. It would just get really Jungian, probably. But welcome, Lisa. Sakura, you share that you appreciate that people who think of you, you end up seeing them in your dreams. That's very beautiful, and perhaps you hint towards a two-way street there. And hello, Don Suela, you had shared that something you appreciate about your dreams is that they are usually absurd. Yeah, it's nice to have parts of our life which aren't so dreadfully serious, which the waking state can be. Emma Gemma Gemma, you share you definitely have dreams about the future. And welcome, Young Dill. May you have a wonderful sleep tonight, dear Chloe, about the future. And welcome, Young Dill. May you have a wonderful sleep tonight, dear Chloe. My apologies, I think my live stream disconnected me for a second from you all, but I hope that the connection has returned momentarily. And thank you, dear Deanna, for your heart me and your team bracelet too. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Kato, thank you for your heart me. Your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus another 5, and another half a dozen ice cream cones. That's a lot of ice cream. Fortunately, I'm not lactose intolerant, but even so, I think that much ice cream would do something to me. So we'll have to share, but thank you. Om Bharam Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And thank you, Starlight Wow, for the flowers you sent too. Om Dum Durgai Namaha. And Sue, you were wondering what the music was we were just listening to. I know you sent that just before the song changed. This one was called Dreamy Piano, instrumental meditation music. And dear Mermander, back to the question of the day, you shared that it allows you to process your feelings and thoughts. Indeed. And I am well, thank you. Nice to have you here again. I feel the same way about my dreams too. God Complex, you share that you appreciate that your good dreams are ideal. A chance at experiencing the inexperienceable ideal. You know that's not a word. Well, it makes sense to me, so it must be a word. Joe, you share that your dreams were always so dull, like you can't see or hear very well, but you like the colors and feelings. I know what you mean. Yeah. Every now and then I get a dream that's so vivid. I wonder if I really am dreaming or not. It's hard to tell. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate, dear Marlin. You know, I don't know if I have a water bottle in my room, unfortunately, but if I require it, I absolutely will. And thank you, dear Stephen, for your pair of cloud breads a minute ago, too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Mermander, thank you for your heart meal. Zephyr, you have a question for the question. I like that. Can dreams contain hidden or forgotten memories? Absolutely. I shouldn't see why not, since they are part of our subconscious, not normally accessible in our waking state. Yeah, I certainly have many memories come back to me in my dreams too. Neon Jello Pack, you ask, are we talking about dreams during sleep or dreams like aspirations? That's a great question. I think it's funny that we use the term dream for both. I was thinking dreams during sleep, but you're welcome to interpret it in other ways too. Joey, you shared that you had a dream where you couldn't talk, so you went on trains and just looked out the window all day. I love that. That sounds very peaceful, actually. Mina, you shared that you love being able to adventure in your dreams. And in your dreams, you can have and feel things that you don't get the chance when awake. Absolutely. Hello, Bounty Hunter. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? And I like that answer, Neon Jello Pack. Sometimes dreams help us process emotions. Very true. And Eric, you share that you appreciate the ability to see, feel, and do things that are outside of your waking experiences. You're also well. I'm happy to hear that, Bounty Hunter. Ragnhildur, you also love when you get to see loved ones that have passed. It makes a lot of sense. You love dreams, Anima. You appreciate everything. They are your life, your favorite topic. Well, that makes sense why you have a Dream World podcast in your username, which perhaps is a podcast not just found in a username, but also about the internet. And I like that. Inception. Stephen, can you dream while dreaming? Well, I've certainly woken up from a dream and found myself to still be dreaming. Have that had a couple times. Alright, this has been a wonderful topic so far. I'm sure we can continue talking about it for many more minutes now, but I think we've had a good 10 minutes or so. Thank you, this guy, for your heart me and Quartet of Roses too. Radhe Radhe. God Complex, you ask, are dreams the unconscious becoming conscious? I like that a lot. I think, of course, it depends on our definitions, but yeah, certainly there are parts of ourself stored in the subconscious or even in the unconscious states, different depths of our consciousness, and yeah, we bring the depths to the surface to be able to experience them at the level of consciousness. That makes sense to me. I love how many different wonderful ideas are shared about dreams as we explore these topics. So thank you everyone for engaging. Very humbling to have such an engaging audience. Forgive me if I couldn't get to all of the answers shared about dreams, but I am happy to continue to explore this topic as we go through our live stream. And that's very fun too, the ray of light. Having a dream and that same thing happening sometime later. How mysterious. No wonder many psychologists, especially psychoanalysts, study dreams. Very interesting phenomenon. Speaking of which, you were wondering if any of my dreams ever predicted or foreshadowed something in my reality. Yeah, you know, I had a funny answer to that. While I was thinking of Inception, did you know I've never fully watched Inception because every time I've tried to watch it, I've fallen asleep? Talk about Inception. But one of those dreams that happened after falling asleep trying to watch Inception, I had a dream within a dream. And I had a false awakening in a dream, and I was laying in bed next to this magician. And of course, I was like, "Who are you? Why are you in my bed with me?" And it was this adult man in a suit and tie, very, very handsome, you know, proper magician. And he said, "I'm a magician." And he started doing all these tricks. And they were pretty good. Well, they were pretty good as far as waking dreams go. Sorry, waking magic tricks go. But you know, in a dream, you could have done a lot more. This is what I was thinking after. Like, a dream magician could have like made an entire dragon appear, arising from sand, and then erupt in flames and turn into a rainbow. But no, it was just card tricks and stuff like that in the dream. But one of the things that happened in his trick entourage did come true. His hands were sparkling with purple sparkles. It wasn't a trick per se, it was just a part of his performance that he had sparkly hands, that they were covered in purple sparkles. And I didn't think much of it, you know? Until I went to the mall with some of my friends when I actually woke up later, and they took me to a soap shop. And of course they were getting me to try all the different soaps and whatnot, and so I was being pulled around this way, that way, until they finally put some soapy paste in my hand and told me to wash it together. And then when I opened my hand, my hands were covered in purple sparkles. I thought that was pretty neat, and I didn't realize till later that I had dreamed about a magician who had purple sparkles on his hands, so I felt like I had become a magician that day. That was pretty fun. Sleep paralysis. I see some of you talking about that too. I get that too. Of course, when I first got it, I was terrified. You know, no one likes the feeling of not being in control. Unless... And this was the secret sauce that changed my experience of sleep paralysis forever. This was a realization that happened during sleep paralysis one day. That whenever I try to meditate, my body is always fidgeting. You know, something always wants to move. My legs want to move, my arms want to move. I'm always swallowing or shifting, straightening my posture. In sleep paralysis, I realized that's the best time to meditate. You don't have to worry about your body at all. And then I just relaxed into the sleep paralysis, and it became the best meditation ever. It always goes away. So might as well meditate. Samadhi. Yes, that's a great word, Danielle. And you had asked if dreams make me feel connected to the source. It certainly makes me feel connected to the aspect of the source when it comes to creation. It's said that of the 3 agencies of the divine, creator, maintainer, and dissolver, that creation corresponds to our dream state, that dissolution corresponds to our deep sleep state, and maintenance corresponds to our waking state. And so we are one with creation, the process of creation in our dream state. And that's pretty cool. According to this model of the 3 states, waking, dream, and deep sleep, it said that deep sleep, we are the closest to source. In fact, we are one with source in deep sleep. We are closer in dream state, but furthest away in the waking state, unless we can consciously bring ourselves back to source through our sadhana, our spiritual practice. Dan, and you were wondering if I know much about astral projection. Maybe do a live about that one. I don't know if I can make a live stream all about one topic, but I'd be happy to explore it a little bit. I don't know much about it. For me, my main spiritual practice is just becoming more peaceful, more blissful, and so I try to stay very disciplined and just having a simple spiritual practice that doesn't take me into other dimensions or anything like that. But it can be fun. My philosophy is that I first must make peace with where I am in this reality before exploring other realities. And hello, dear Caitlin. And hello, PPL. Welcome. Mina, you share that you just visited the Wat Arun in Thailand and you meditated there. Then the monk gave you a marigold. How auspicious is that? I love that. Hello, Gabriel. Vinsta, you share that you feel sad. That's understandable. Being human can be very saddening. But I'm happy to hold space for your sadness here. And hello, I feel whole again, welcome. I'm happy you had such a beautiful experience in Thailand, Mina. Hello, Bailey. Alright. I would love to share something with you all. As many of you know, in the link tree in my bio, there's a show and tell application form. And the last time I mentioned it, Dear Angel wanted to share something with us that they did while watching the last live stream. And that is a stuffed creature. And I thought this was pretty neat. I'm going to show the image and let you guys look at that. Very beautiful tapestry in the background too. I'll zoom in and explore some other frames of the stuffed creature in a second, but I wanted to read about it. Angel wrote that this is the stuffed creature they made during my live stream 2 days ago, I believe, for their friend's birthday. And they wrote a few sentences about it. I will do my best to assume where the punctuation would be. It says, "He doesn't have a name yet because I'm gonna let my friend name him. I made him out of scrap material from a onesie I made into a hoodie, and I used one pant leg to make a beanie for myself, and I have another pant leg I made out of and still have more fabric for more friends. I've always wanted to make clothes and stuffed animals, but I'm out of practice with a sewing machine, and I plan to learn it again soon. But for now, while I don't have one, I'm having a lot of fun focusing on making little hand-sewn stuffed creatures and getting creative, making weird things in a much more freeing way than painting or drawing allows me to create. I always end up painting people or psychedelic swirls, which is beautiful, but I was always fascinated by weird creatures from cartoons and my friends' sketchbooks growing up, so this is a way my mind can actually come up with them, and I love stuffed animals a lot, so it's a huge crossover. I want to make a full life-sized, more traditional stuffed animals too. This is a great creative practice though. Also, after I make the stuffed creatures, I'm able to draw them, which helps me break the elusive limits of my creativity." I love this stuffed creature. Thank you so much for sharing, dear angel. Let's explore it in more detail. This is a high resolution photograph, I think, so I'm able to zoom in. Very large buttons, and like a little cat nose and mouth too. It looks like, to me, if you'll allow me some creative interpretation, as though you took a patch of the night sky and pulled it back down to earth, like a piece of the sky had fallen. I like that. Reminded me of Pokemon, some of them. There were 2 other angles, and I think I can hot swap the image quickly to show them too. Let's see if that worked. Just loading. There. There's a nice angle too. Looks very soft. He's a fun creature. And let me rotate it the right way. Here we go. And there was one more angle that we can look at too. And this is my favorite angle because you really get to see the personality come through. I think it's hard to see the angle we're looking at, but let me make it a little easier. I think this is my favorite angle. You can see it's 3-dimensional. A little puffy. And I love that. For me, it reminds me of a cat who's really sleepy, like, oh, how come you woke me up? Is it time for food? That's pretty cool. Well, thank you for sharing, Angel. I love your stuffed creature, and do let me know when your friend names them, as I'd love to know. So thank you for that, and a reminder for everyone else too, that if you wanted to share something fun, then you're welcome to fill out the form in the link tree in my bio called Show and Tell Application. And please don't feel like there's ever a limit to how much you have to show. Angel, if you ever have another stuffed creature you want to share, or any other creative project, you're welcome to do that again. User 308, you share that it looked like Jinx the cat on TikTok. That's cool. I'm unfamiliar with Jinx, I think, but I'm sure if you know them, then many other people might get that reference too. Hello, dear Alyssa. All right. That's all we have for show and tell today, but I'm always hoping that every time we share something, another person has the inspiration to fill out that form too. I'm sorry to hear that, dear PPL. One of my copycats flagged you for scamming and fraud. Well, that's quite an example of projection, isn't it? Well, do be careful, my friends, that there are, unfortunately, copycats out there that use my name and likeness to sell something. I would never sell anything. Well, besides, of course, my tiny beanie. But that's all voluntary. I don't have any services that I come to you with saying that you need this. But that's all voluntary. I don't have any services that I come to you with saying that you need this. Short section from our book that we've been going through. We've made a fair way through our book, just reading twice per live stream. And then after that, we can have a long open time to discuss whatever's on our hearts and minds. We're just finishing up reading about the Ajna Chakra, which is the third eye. So allow us to conclude our long inquiry into the third eye, the eyebrow center, the Ajna Chakra, with a meditation on it. This meditation is not going to be done in real time, but I'll read it all out in case if you ever listen to the recording, you can pause after each sentence to soak in each part of the meditation. And then after we're done reading, because it's just a short meditation, we'll also start reading about the Bindu Chakra, which is a lesser known chakra, which is in between the third eye and the crown. So here is a meditation we can do for our third eye. We start by sitting in Vajrasana, which means on the heels. Inhaling, raise your arms above your head. Exhaling, bend the upper body forward, keeping the arms outstretched until the abdomen lies on the thighs, and forehead and arms lie on the floor. That's called Shashankasana. You're welcome to go through these motions too, just so you maybe have some recollection of what kind of meditation is helpful for the third eye later. Then, place the thumbs at the center of the forehead where the Ajna Chakra is located. Form a fist with the fingers. Close your eyes and relax. Be aware of the process of breathing. Imagine that you are inhaling and exhaling through the Ajna Chakra. Perhaps you see a stream of light flashing. Allow the energy to flow through the Ajna Chakra and relax. Mina, you had asked, how do you sit on heels, like kneeling? Yes, that makes sense to me. The specific posture is called Vajrasana, in case you wanted to look that up to find an image of it. Vajrasana, Vajrasana. It's a kind of yoga posture. And then it moves into Shashankasana, Shankasana. We remain in this position with our thumbs on our third eye for as long as is comfortable. Then we raise the upper body again. Relax for a short while in Vajrasana and repeat the exercise. At the end, take the thumbs away and rest the head on the hands. Relax for a while in this position. Come upright again and sit in a comfortable position. For 10 minutes, bring your concentration to the eyebrow center, where your thumbs were resting. Feel and observe this point, no matter what emotions, images, or phenomena appear there. Observe every thought. Do not push away any thought. Analyze everything that surfaces. Ask yourself, why exactly do these thoughts come to you or cross your mind? Observe and examine, but do not make any judgments in the sense of good or bad. Relax and look at the inner space behind your forehead, Chidakasha, which lies before you in a deep blue or dark violet color. Now imagine an eye there that looks at you with kindness and love. This gentle and loving eye is the witness of all events. It is the eye of wisdom. It says to you, I am yourself. You are in me and perceive the truth through me. Now switch positions and look through this eye at your inner space. Everything before you is totally clear. You see the film of your entire existence through this eye. Without words, your questions are answered, your inner problems resolved. Allow your inner eye to observe everything. Whatever happens has something to do with your thoughts and emotions. Look with kindness and understanding on your own reality. It can also happen that nothing appears and you simply feel relaxed, happy and contented. Simply allow whatever comes to come. That eye you see in your inner space is the eye of your Atma, your true self. In it you recognize the reflection of divine self, kindness, love, harmony, wisdom, clarity, peace, contentment, and absolute certainty. For you, it is as though you have removed the veils of delusion. You see the reality. The entire universe radiates through this eye, completely pure and innocent. This eye has always observed you. It is the witness of your life from the beginning up until now. Your inner space is totally clear and filled with light. Shunyakasha, empty space, is filled with consciousness and ananda, bliss. Sometimes you look through this eye, other times you see it in front of you. It seems very familiar, and you would like to unite with it completely. End the meditation by becoming aware of your body and your surroundings again. Sing Om 3 times and bend forward in gratitude before the Atma, the divine consciousness, through whose eye you were allowed to look in this meditation. And that is the end of our chapter on the third eye, on the Ajna Chakra. Because that was a short reading, let's also proceed with a short introduction to the next chakra, and that's the Bindu Chakra, which is very little known. Yeah, there's a wonderful piece of art on it, if I can direct it such that it's not too bright for you. Oh my goodness. Here, from this angle. And allow me to focus on it for you too. I'm not sure if my adjustments are making it more clear. Regardless, it's very abstract, so you needn't worry too much about the specific iconography. Nonetheless, we can describe some of its symbolism for you too. Here's a list of the qualities and symbols of the Bindu Chakra. First of all, its position within the body is at the back of the head beneath the cowlick. Its color is colorless, transparent, and its tattva, its principle or element, is amrita, the nectar of immortality. Its mantra is Amritam, which means I am immortal. Amritam. Its divinity is Shiva, representing consciousness. And its symbol is the crescent moon, representing the moon as the dispenser of nectar. Its qualities and aspects include youthfulness, vitality, health, healing, harmony, clarity, calming the emotions, and strengthening eyesight. And its gland corresponds to the hypothalamus, part of the interbrain, diencephalon, another word associated with it, medical one that I'm unfamiliar with. And its other names include the moon center, the Chandra Kamala, which means the lotus of the moon, and the Soma Chakra, which means the center of the elixir of life. So this Bindu Chakra comes from the word Bindu, which just means a point or a drop. Let's read just the first couple paragraphs. Who has, at not some stage, dreamt of the so-called fountain of eternal youth and wished to find it? As in most sagas and myths, there is also a kernel of truth in this. For this fountain of youth, vitality and health is located in the Bindu Chakra, one of the most mysterious and remarkable energy centers in the human body. The Bindu Chakra lies beneath the cowlick that most people have at the back of their head. Anatomically, it is located where the bones of the back and sides of the skull meet, the occiput and the parietal, or parietal. Anyway. My medical terminology and its pronunciation could use some work. The direction of the stream of cosmic energy flowing into the chakra can be seen quite clearly at this point. Some people have two cowlicks, indicating the existence of two energy centers. And these people often possess exceptional vitality and creativity. But, on the other hand, it can also be inclined towards hyperactivity and extreme nervousness. In these cases, the method described later in this chapter can help balance out the energy flow again. In most yoga books, the Bindu Chakra is not mentioned, But in Tantra Yoga, which is primarily comprised of techniques for awakening the Kundalini predominantly, great importance is attached to the healing and rejuvenating effects of this chakra. Whilst this energy center sleeps, so to speak, it is similar to a dot, but when its awakened energy begins to flow or to drip, the Bindu chakra produces truly astonishing effects. It is like a health center that brings about improved physical, psychic, and spiritual health, and is therefore a valuable aid on our spiritual journey. It also helps to quieten our emotions and bring harmony and a sense of well-being. With the help of this chakra, we are able to control hunger and thirst and overcome unhealthy eating habits. Concentration on the Bindu chakra can also be beneficial for depression, nervousness, feelings of anxiety, and an oppressive feeling within the heart. A slight pressure with the fingernail on the site of the Bindu chakra gives rise to a spontaneous feeling of happiness that spreads to the heart. When a child is restless and will not go to sleep, it helps to gently massage the Bindu chakra with a soft circular movement for a few minutes. The child will soon become quiet and happy. And that's my favorite place to kiss on my cat Sandy and Shadow. Right on their Bindu. But the most outstanding effect of the Bindu chakra is the production of Amrita, the nectar of immortality. The word Amrita comes from the word Mrt, which means death, to die. Amrita means the opposite of that, immortality. I believe that's also where we get words that sound like Mrt, but mean death, like in Spanish. I think it's muerte. Medley comes from the Sanskrit mrit and amrit, therefore meaning immortality. At the beginning of the peace mantra, it is said, Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, murtyur ma amritangamaya. Lead us from unreality, asat, to reality, sat, from darkness, tamas, into light, jyotir, or just jyoti. Lead us from death, murtya, to immortality, amritam. Let's discover more about this elusive elixir of life in the coming readings, but for now, we'll pause our exploration of the Bindu chakra there for now. So thank you for listening. Namaste. We may also open our Sangha up to discuss anything and everything on our hearts and minds too. Someone was very generous while we were reading. Dear Jay had sent a subscription to Aaron, Carrie King, Maddie, Taylor, and Deanna, which is ever so kind of Jay for doing that. Knowing that it's something of value to you, you found it worthwhile to extend that value to others too. And not only am I grateful for the ability to serve others that you have provided me, perhaps some more depth to be able to do so with, but you have also shown me an example of selfless gratitude, and for that I am deeply grateful too. Thank you. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you, dear Pine, for your tiny. Yippee! And the paper crane that you sent also. My paper crane has disappeared. But I thank you nonetheless. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Jared, you were wondering, what is the 8th chakra? Well, according to the book we're reading, that would be the crown, which is normally considered the 7th. But when we insert an extra one in between the 3rd eye and the crown, then you get the Bindu chakra. Therefore making it the 7th and the crown the 8th of the major chakras, of course. Different people have different categorizations of the chakras though. Some people consider it a minor one, but it's certainly an important one. Thank you, Dali, for the music play that you had sent also. Om Namo Buddhaya. Dear JV, thank you for your cloud bread, your ice cream cone, your popcorn, your balloons, your pumpkin spice latte, and of course, a tiny diny. Yahoo! Namaste, lone soldier. Hello, dear Marlin. Good evening, Don Norton. Mina, you share that in Urdu, Mot means death. That sounds etymologically similar as well. Welcome back, Angel. I trust that all of you in this moment are feeling as well as you can, regardless of what circumstances you may be facing in life at this time. Zach, you were wondering if I know the power of the yam. I should hope that it is my destiny to find out. But as a mantra, there is great power in Yam for opening the heart, as it is the bija, the seed for the lotus to grow within our heart, our cardiac plexus. Meditating on the mantra Yam can be very powerful. All the chakras have their own mantra. I am. I am what I am. Hello, little bopper. Hello, Helm Cheryl. What is the yam? The yam is a part of a nutritious food group called tubers. And to me, they make the best fries. Big fan of yam fries. Just don't tell my family, because that's cannibalism. Welcome, Sandy Era. And thank you for your wishes, dear lone soldier. May peace be upon us today. Thank you, dear Deanna, for the hand hearts that you had sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, dear Peter, for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. Yam fries are elite. I'm happy we can relate on that Neon Jello pack. Dilbapur, you share that you have wild yam balancing cream on. It's good to balance the yams. The yams can be so diverse. I know that I have a habit of taking something and running with it. For example, whatever sort of escapade these words are running to, in the direction of attempting to make a point with these. So it's good to balance the yams. Hello G to infinity. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. And Hilm Cheryl, thank you for your heartbeat too. Om Namo Rudraya. Zephyr, yes, you may ask. Yam is a shorthand of my full name, which just has an extra letter in front of it. Just putting an L. Lyam makes my full name. Liam. And the day I stopped taking L's, I started going by Yam. Bongo Dave, you share that developing an attitude of gratitude is one of the greatest feelings, heals much and brings joy. Thank you for reminding me, and through me, all of us too. Gratitude helps us be present. Without gratitude, how can we possibly feel welcome in this moment? We welcome ourselves to this moment by finding something, a part of it, to be grateful for. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, Silent Storm, for your rose too. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Follow-up question from Zephyr. Does Liam have a meaning? Well, it does to my parents. Liam with an I, of course, is the standard spelling. And that is a shorthand for William, which is my father's middle name and my father's given name. So it has to do with my paternal lineage in recognition of them. But my mother chose a name with an L in it because she has lots of L's in her family. Lots of L's and Y's. And Y's in strange places too. Like her mother's name is Eileen, but with a Y. And so, just like my mother's name starts with an L too, that the L and the Y are a reflection of my maternal family line too. So my name is a product of a recognition of my father's ancestry and my mother's ancestry too. Meena, you share that in Pakistan, the Shia community will usually spell names, replacing I with Y too. Very interesting. I know that in Sanskrit, whenever an I is adjacent to another vowel, it turns into the semi-vowel Y due to a process called sandhi, a grammatical feature of joining sounds together. I think we find that a lot in Indo-European languages. It's very cool to bring an example of that. Lone Soldier, you're wondering if I have food for thought today. I love the term food for thought because our mind can be treated like a person in the same way a body can be. A body needs the right diet the right exercise, but the mind needs the right diet, the right exercise too. The right diet for the mind is healthy sources of information. What is a healthy source of information? Well, what's a healthy source of nutrition for the body? That which brings out the possibilities of the body. To put it in terms of the negative, unhealthy food limits the body in what it's capable of achieving. Healthy food allows us to bring out our potential. In the same way, healthy sources of information bring out our mind's potential. And on the contrary, unhealthy sources of information, they limit the mind's potential too. How so? By getting us anxious, depressed, by making us shut down in our mind. But we need to open up, blossom, full of positivity and love. We find these things from healthy sources of information, which bring us in touch with the knowledge of our soul, Atma Vidya. That's some food for thought. Thank you, dear Ushabai, for your beautiful flowers and a finger heart. I give you a little finger heart all the way from me to you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Zephyr, my goodness, that's probably more roses than I think I've ever received at one time. 1,326 roses. That's enough for each of us to go home with like 10 roses, which means that each of us can give 9 roses away, virtually, in our heart maybe. That's very kind of you, Zephyr. We could make a very large garden with that. And the smell, the fragrance would be just divine. Thank you for that, dear Zephyr. Never expected, but always appreciated. I wonder if there's any significance of that number for you. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yudnah Prachodayat. And thank you, dear Gabriella, for your heart me and 10 roses too. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. I'm happy that you enjoy my chanting via De La Luna. It has come a long way, I think, since I have been quite tone deaf for much of my life. I think it's a miracle if I'm ever in key, let alone at the very least not being in dissonance with the background music. Mina, you shared that someone said today, because of social media, sometimes our bad feeling is not even ours. That's a very healthy reminder. Naturally, us young souls are full of joy, full of love. If ever that seems not to be the case, it must be that we've dragged in something from the outside, something that's not ours. But we can even be grateful for that, because it means that we have the power of stopping some cycle of suffering. The suffering has been traveling from person to person, and then it reached us. Do we want to pass it on to another being, or do we want to transform it into something beautiful? Thank you, dear Diana, for your rosa too. Jaya Sintaram. Lone Soldier, you were wondering if I like cats. I love cats. Yes, of course. I have a deep affection for cats. Ever since I was a baby. When I was born, there were 2 cats in my house, and one of them was named Simba. And Simba thought that she was my mother. Genuinely. She would do everything she could to make sure that I was fed, that I was clean. She even licked the cradle cap off my head after I was born when my mother wasn't looking. Terrified, she took me to the doctor and said, "Is this gonna, turn into some infection?" And the doctor was surprised and said, "No. I don't know what kind of antibacterial properties was on your cat's tongue, but your son now actually has a reduced chance for pneumonia and other complications, so make sure you give Simba lots of treats." And Simba would always try to make sure that I'd eat because I'd never eat when I was young. My mother had such a hard time getting me to eat, and I forget exactly the story, but Simba would help making sure that I ate food too. Anyway, now I look at cats as if they're my mother, because one of them kind of was my mother. And spiritually, who knows how many of them were my mother in a past life. So the least I could do is give back to the love that Simba showed me and many other cats throughout my life. Thank you, dear Salty, for your heart me and singing mic too. I really have to sing this mantra for you then. Om Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Now I can't promise if I was in key. Love that description, love is free. Cats are energetic beings, they are connected to Mother Earth. I love that. I think the name for Simba comes from Sanskrit too, because the name for a lion in Sanskrit is Simha, which sounds very similar. The only difference, instead of a B, instead of a voiced labial consonant, it's a voiced guttural consonant, ha. But with the opening of the mouth after sim, kind of does sound like ba. Simha. Lion. And maybe that's how it became Simba in other languages too. Dear XDBA, you share that you've been super nervous for a job interview. Hope you can get some good energy. Good energy is on its way to you. May come in 5 to 10 business days and let you pay for express. Nah, I'm just kidding. You qualify for free Amazon Prime shipping today. Get to you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. You got this. You're gonna do the best that you can, and that's enough. You don't have to worry about whether you get a good outcome, a bad outcome, anything in between or beyond. Just showing up is enough, proving that you can get out and express yourself. I only have the best wishes for you, and I know you'll succeed. Thank you, dear JV, for your finger heart too. Please take one on your way as well. Namo Namaha. Namaste, Namaskaram. Salutations, 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 salutations. Dear Jay, you ask, how do you remain focused on peace and joy in each moment when life gets intense? I like the word focus as it balances distraction. But I love the way a Dzogchen Buddhist explained it, where true peace is found neither in focus nor distraction. You kind of just dissolve into the moment, rather than feeling like you have anything to keep track of, this one point in concentration, nor feeling like you have to be taken this way or the other. There's something in between where you find that flow. I like the way you put that, Salty. Just be, share Shelly D. And when life gets tense, isn't that the best time to be peaceful? It's just even sweeter. In tough times, peace just feels that much more important to find, doesn't it? So let that adversity be a reason to continue to develop an awareness of the peace within and an ability to share that without. Dear Shan, you shared that I've mentioned the idea of collective consciousness. How do I think AI could play into it? That's a great question. It's already playing into it in many ways. For example, all AIs, they were trained on data. For instance, the most recent batch of AIs, the latest generation, the latest wave, like large language models such as GPT-3, 4, they were all trained on human words. And all of our words originate in our consciousness at some point. So, indirectly, we have an expression of our collective consciousness on the internet in the form of these AI models. Therefore, we are already having an ability for AI to make use of our collective consciousness. In some sense, an AI is a representative of our collective consciousness, since they're trained on so many different perspectives of humans. There's a collective of conscious expression that exists that it's been trained on. And now AI is something that we use in our day-to-day in many ways. And now that's creating impressions on our subconscious too. Thus, slowly but surely, we are creating a feedback loop. And a feedback loop is always indicative of some self-awareness, some generation of cause influencing an effect and an effect influencing the next cause. That's consciousness, baby. But it's all in its infancy stage. for the feedback loop to be closed, we would have to then produce even more data for the AI to be trained on, which in turn is now indirectly influenced by itself, given that we were influenced by it, since now there is a feedback between the data that we create for it and the input that we receive from it back again. Lone Soldier, you had asked, is random thought similar to intrusive thought? I suppose this assumes there truly can be random thought. Me, intrusive thought simply means something that we wish to disidentify from. And this assumes an identification with the mind. Let me put it like this. An enlightened being will never have an intrusive thought. Not because they won't have crazy thoughts, but because they don't see any thought as intruding on their sense of self. Because they know that their self is something beyond their thoughts. In this way, either all thoughts are intrusive or no thoughts are intrusive. Just depends which thoughts you'd prefer to express, and clearly the ones we deem intrusive are the ones we do not wish to express, as that would intervene in our ongoing expression of some aspect of ourself that we find fulfillment in expressing. But our thoughts are absolutely influenced by our environment, by the situation that we exist within, and by our own memories, impressions, and aspirations that come from within too. Therefore, there's always a reason for a thought arising. It might be a very subtle reason, one that is not correlated in any way with the external circumstance or the internal well-being. But you can follow the thread of thought and it will always lead you back to the place in which it has originated. The Jarrett Show Live, you asked, are AI going to take over the world by force? I really don't think so, and that's just my opinion. And this is my opinion because although artificial intelligence is getting more powerful, it's getting so because knowledge is power. It's getting smarter. It can comprehend more and more things, which means that its understanding of the world is getting broader, more encompassing. That naturally correlates with a rise in kindness, in compassion, in patience. Psychologists have long since known that there is a deep relationship between intelligence and kindness, that the most intelligent people on the planet have often also been the most genuinely hearted too, like Einstein. Of course, he wrote the theory of relativity, but he also has so many quotes about love and peace that continue to be quoted around the world, that perhaps has just as much of an influence as his scientific endeavors. In this way, I genuinely feel affirmed that if AI is to get smarter, then it is also going to get kinder, because the smartest thing you can do is be kind. The most intelligent decision is always an inclusive one. Choices made with the highest understanding are always the most compassionate ones. Fortunately, The concern of AI alignment with human values is currently a highly researched topic, and I'm very grateful to know that there are many people around the world doing a lot of studies of how we can continue to ensure that this powerful tool is used for good. And perhaps many of you would be interested in one day adding to that field of research, and you would certainly be doing a lot of good for humanity. And hello, dear Lala Michelle. Hello, Lani. I do try to go live every day, but sometimes my live streams are quite late for a lot of people. Since I'm on the west coast of North America, and it's only 8 p.m. for me, but it could be in the middle of the night for you. I love that, Crystal. It's not the survival of the fittest, it's survival of the kindest. And that's true, Angel. You're calling my bluff. I didn't go live yesterday. I was going to, but my mother ever so graciously said, cancel your live tonight. You and me, we're going into town, we're having dinner, we're going to the store. And I had a mom and son night. And I couldn't refuse that. Dear Lanny, you share that you grew up on the West Coast too, on Vancouver Island. Hey, that's where I live. Now you're in Cowtown. Is that an actual name of a place? Cowtown? If so, I want to go. And that's a beautiful point, Lone Soldier, that AI is a broad and wide spectrum, a topic that one mind cannot comprehend sometimes, which makes sense since AIs are the products of many minds, both in the software engineering side as well as the training. How many minds expressed themselves and all the data that they are trained on. Hello, Gregarji. Namo Namaha. User 224, you're wondering if I like shopping. What kind of things do I like to buy? I like being in stores. I don't like materialism or commodification. So I try to spend my money wisely. But I genuinely enjoy being in a space where there are items for us to include in our life that we can use for the benefit of ourselves or others. I am drawn to a very simplistic life, and if I ever own a home one day, it's probably going to be the most minimalistic setup you can imagine. But with lots of art, hopefully living art. One of my favorite parts of going out is just to be with my family or my loved ones in other ways. It's a fun experience to explore the world together, both in society and without, in nature too. Kaylin, you share that you can only imagine me in some Gucci slides. Well, I was making the next best thing the other day. I love slides. So I was trying to make some myself, made out of wood. It's called a paduka, I think, in Sanskrit. It's a wooden sandal. And I was trying to figure out a way of making grooves for my feet. This is the working model. I just have a doorknob and a piece of wood, and it's about the simplest shoe you can have. And I made my footprint so that I could figure out where I could carve the grooves. I painted my foot white and I stepped on it. The perfect time because my mother was painting something. So I think this is a good example of how you can be resourceful with the things you have. Anyway, it's a work in progress. Unfortunately, I lack a lot of the tools, so I've been using my neighbor's help too. And my neighbor is a great woodworker, and that's been a neighborly thing to do. Makes me feel part of the community I live in, asking for help in that way. I just need to get some chisels or borrow some of my neighbors. But it's plywood. I'm not sure how well you can chisel plywood. But those are my equivalent of Gucci slides. Yamuchi slides. Dear Mina, you ask, do I believe in love in the romantic sense as being something that's needed? That's a very interesting question. Needed for what? Whenever we use the term need in, a sincere philosophical setting, need implies a cause, a necessary cause. So what are we trying to cause that requires this necessary cause? If it's the survival of the human race, then absolutely. You can't expect to produce a baby without some kind of intimate bond between lovers. That intimacy is the fertile soil in which the seed of life is planted and grown. But you ask this because you share, you never feel like you need it, yet it's shown in every representation of human lives. That is where I was going with it too, that we make such a big deal out of it, but it's not the main goal in human life. Why can I be so sure about that? Because one day we do have to leave our partner. Everything that has a beginning has an end also. It's a law of the universe. Something eternal must be a part of that which has always existed. We can find a beautiful romance within a human lifetime, but the soul continues. So it must continue for other reasons then, if the soul outlives all of its romantic relationships. What is the soul moving towards then? And I think it's a kind of unconditional love. That our consciousness, its ultimate goal is to understand itself in the fullest sense, lifetime after lifetime. To be a fully conscious, vibrant, exuberant expression of life. That infinite source is us. And we always have something more to share, more love to give. Mina, you shared that. Also, one could say that procreation is a motivation for love, but if you only fall for women, it's even more confusing. I chose very careful words when I was talking about that. When I said between two lovers, I consciously chose to inherently include all combinations of gender. Because between two lovers, always is life created. It just sometimes it happens to be in a very physical form we call a human baby. But two lovers can create something much more subtle than a physical incarnation. Two lovers can find themselves creating a story that lives on, just like a baby lives on in other ways. They may build a business together or some other creative project. Always, though, is there the ability to bring life into this world. Sometimes that life is more poetic. When this sexual creative energy becomes entangled between two people, a third thing is produced. But something different happens if we take this creative sexual energy and we hold it in for one lifetime. Instead of bringing some new life into this world, we create a new life within our inner world. Instead of something taking birth in the material existence, by restraining this force, something takes birth in our spiritual existence. And that's the essence of Brahmacharya. Sanskrit word sometimes translated to celibacy, but it literally refers to the way of the ultimate. Brahma referring to the ultimate, and Acharya meaning the way of. This energy to create is very powerful. If we allow creation to take place within, then we expand our world in an inner dimension. Dear brave Bella, thank you for your trio of finger hearts. Here's some for you too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Some for you too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I hope that my live stream has returned for you, as the connection cut out for a second. Thank you for saying hi, Melinda. I can always count on you for that. Thank you everyone else too. As I was saying, have a wonderful evening to you too, dear Lani. Indeed, dear Greg RG, you may be pregnant with a spiritual baby. I've heard it described that Kundalini awakening can happen in two ways. Either in producing a spiritual child that will continue in your spiritual footsteps, or we can serve this so that we may reach our moksha, our liberation. Dear Neangelo Pack, you had shared that you have been taken advantage of by someone you care deeply about, and you're struggling with the feelings of betrayal, how would I suggest someone deal with something like that? Always set boundaries whenever something like that happens. Boundaries aren't just to protect yourself from that happening again, but also to protect others, because you are showing others what it's like to be a role model in setting the boundaries where they need to be. But even more than that, you're helping the person who crossed your boundaries in the first place, because it was not healthy for them to try to get something from you that was not their dependency, that they had no right to depend on for. So we're also giving them the space to discover their independence, which is something they clearly need to do by setting boundaries also. Some people feel like the spiritual path is all about letting go and allowing people to say or do things to you that are unkind, but that's not true. Because the kind thing to do is be a role model for others. The kind thing to do is take care of your precious mind and body. The kind thing to do is give them the space to discover their independence. Unfortunately, they have yet to discover something that they can find in other places that don't require crossing boundaries. They can take accountability for that. There's responsibility there to be held. And we can understand that they are still learning. And unfortunately, we had an experience which was a clear reflection of that potential for them, and that might have opened up some trauma for us to heal from too. And that's an opportunity to get in touch with yourself and your needs and your boundaries too. But in case it didn't come through when my live stream cut out earlier, Amanda, I wanted to thank you again for your trio of roses now. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And David, thank you for your pair of finger hearts too. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. I hope perhaps any of that has been affirming, dear Neon Jello Pack. Hybrid Jen, thank you for the rose you sent too. Om Shri Mahalakshmaya Namaha. Good, I'm glad. Chloe, you share you don't have any money anymore. Oh. No, never feel like you have to ever give any gifts on this live stream at all. As I've said before, emoji roses are enough. And so I see them and I thank you for your emoji roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Brave Bella, you're wondering how I'm doing. I had a great day today. I woke up earlier than I'm used to because I was so excited to try to make my own wooden sandals. And I love creative projects like that. I love getting my hands dirty. Nothing like some woodwork. And spent some time with my mother too, and I'm here with you all. The Yam Doles. Oh. That's their name, isn't it? BPL. Yam Doles. Thank you, dear Hybrid Gen, for another Rosa too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Angel, thank you for your tiny too. Yahoo! Good night, dear Gaia. Yam Doles coined by, oh, dear Magdalene. Brilliant. Chloe share, you know I don't expect it, but you like being able to show love in that way. That's deeply appreciated. Thank you. You needed the happy sound. Yippee! Thank you for your rose too, Angel. Hare Krishna. And Diana, thank you for your bubble tea too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Mina, you were wondering if TikTok and stuff is my main income. Indeed. And it's enough for me. Even though it's all donation and variable, it's enough for me to take care of my food, take care of my toiletries, medication, and even do silly things like buying the wood and tools to make Yam Doles. Thank you, dear Angel, for your ice cream, your pair of tiny tinies, and your heart meat too. Radhe Radhe. And Deanna, did I thank you for your bubble tea? I think I did. I'll thank you twice just in case. Thank you. It's very appreciated. Om Namah Shivaya. And thank you, dear David, for your pair of fires also. Radhe Radhe. Mina, you share that you guess because in your culture it's unheard of to not have a job, so it's unknown to you and scary. It's a blessing that I'm able to live in a household with my mother, and of course she would never charge rent. But it's also really meaningful that I get to be here with my family. Being neurodivergent, it's difficult to find a job in which everything is accommodating, because Lord knows that my anxiety could come out at times when I'm supposed to fulfill a responsibility. But this way I also get to help her in other ways too, like having more time to spend, and in any ways I can help with the house too. Although I could always put more work into helping with the chores, I'm certainly still learning that I'm very much still a child. And thank you, Mr. Perfect. Starlight, wow, you were wondering, what role do personal preferences have on the spiritual path? Everything. Everything, yeah. Everything is personalized. All the way down to which form of the divine that makes sense to you. For example, there's a term for that. It's called Ishta Devata, the personal form of the divine. In fact, I was recently listening to this teacher of Advaita Vedanta talk about how, in some sense, all of the forms of the divine have been manicured through what has stood the test of time. Many deities are the products of cultural exploration and expression of individual experiences. And in some ways, we can use that to personalize the aspects of the divine that speak to us. We can choose art forms or qualities that we wish to bring out more than another, and use that as a recipient of our love, our devotion, our bhakti. And there are so many different kinds of spiritual paths too. There's one for every person. Some paths might feel limiting to you, as if you have to surrender your personality or your sense of self. And that has come from many spiritual traditions, the idea of making your ego small. But that doesn't mean that you will have no ego. Doesn't mean that you'll have no personality, no preferences. Even enlightened beings have preferences. It's just that they know that their preferences don't define them, and that they're happy to accommodate other people around them too. That's the only difference. In fact, that is kind of the ultimate difference between us and enlightened beings, is that our personal preferences seem to often find a limitation in someone else in our life. Our personal preferences can sometimes intrude on other people's well-being. But an enlightened being's preferences, they accommodate all beings. They're inclusive, always happy to reconsider their own in order to include others. So yeah, don't worry of some kind of ego death or destruction of one's personal identity. All of that remains. No worries at all. Sometimes it's hard to imagine what an enlightened being is like, but in my opinion, there are many around the world today. And although I couldn't give you my certainty that some of them really are enlightened, you just get that feeling that some of them are. And those people, they're the funniest people. They're the most personal people. Some of them have the most ridiculous preferences too. But they're just so full of unconditional love that it doesn't matter. Dear Gaia, you were wondering what musician do I prefer in a genre? I think my favorite musicians are the ones that get to share their songs with us in this live stream. I know there are many talented artists here, and I invite you all to share a song that you wrote, like a couple have already. And if you wanted to share a song, please do so in the show and tell section of the link tree in my bio. I'm sorry to hear that, dear Nume. Reminds me of an Alan Watts? I would think it was Ram Dass who said, if you think you're enlightened, just spend a day with your family. Or was it your parents? Anyway. Even if we do not feel a lot of love from our biological or even our adopted family, always is there a motherly force in one's life. We just might have to be a little more inclusive of what that might pertain to. There's always a sisterly force, a brotherly force, a motherly force, a fatherly force. All familial relations are there. Sometimes just expressed in friends, sometimes through stories, other times through spiritual connections or just feelings with Mother Earth or the great beyond, Mother Nature too. Sovereign, welcome back. You shared that we were talking about nothing and everything yesterday, and you forgot what I said about the 4 variables. Oh, I can go that quickly, yes. I remember what you were talking about. It comes back to the original bija, the original seed mantra, from which all sounds, nay, this whole universe is said to have originated. And that's, of course, the mantra Om. This mantra is actually a ligature between 3 different symbols. The left-hand side of it comes from the left-hand side of the Devanagari character for A. The right-hand side comes from the right-hand side of, looks very similar, the Devanagari character for U. And then the top, the crescent moon, that's a diacritic that exists in Devanagari called the Chandra Bindu, and it means a nasalization. In English, you might transliterate that into A from the letter A, U from the letter U, and the closest you can come in English is from the letter M. But when chanting this mantra Om, there's another part that we always forget about, and it's the space that exists before and after the sound. The silence. It's said that this echoes the creation of this whole universe. In particular, those first 3 sounds, A, U, M, they coincide with the creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe. And the silence refers to what existed originally. The space from which it all has come from, persists through and returns to. So in our discussion yesterday or 2 days ago, we were talking about how there's kind of 2 kinds of nothing. There's the nothing that exists relative to something, which is the A, U, and all the creation, preservation, destruction, the everything. The word for that in Sanskrit is the Prakriti. And then relative to the Prakriti, that potential takes on the form of nothingness as Purusha, as consciousness, which is this spaciousness. Sometimes even the spaciousness is given the symbol Om in a self-referential way. That the final sound of Om is the true Om, the silence from which it all comes from. So what Om represents can refer to 3 different things. And this reminds me of how you were talking about 3 different things too 2 days ago. There's everything, there's nothing, and then there's a third thing, the potential. The everything and the nothing, that's the Prakriti and the Purusha. And that has come from that third thing, which is the one, the potential. But sometimes we can just refer to the nothing as the potential itself, since it is from that absence that again you'll find another chain of creation, preservation, destruction happen. And it repeats from there. And the trees continue. The tree of life builds out. This is the model from the philosophy of yoga, being one of the 6 classical schools of Indian philosophy. I hope that answered your question. But the buzzwords, the 3 entities, they have the names. Let's see if I can spell this out. I'm just drawing with my mouse, so it might not be that clear. The original entity is sometimes called the Omkara, or just Om. And then it divides into manifest existence, which is called Prakriti, and undivided consciousness, which is called Purusha. I don't know if that is clear on your screen. Those are the 3 entities. But sometimes the Omkara is identified with the Purusha, sometimes called the Sat Purusha. But Prakriti is never identified, interestingly enough, with the original entity, except for it being there in latent form. Would we call it 1, 0, and infinity? I like that a lot. Yes, very much so. My marker's back up. Those are the 3 most important numbers in math, aren't they? The Prakriti would be the 1. The Purusha would be the none. And the Omkar would be the infinite. And that's exactly right. No less shameless. And yesterday we pointed that out, that infinity and 0 can be identified with each other in that way. Oh, how everything comes full circle, doesn't it? Thank you, Deneen, for the rose that you sent a moment ago too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Welcome, Michelle. Also known as Spaghetti on a Plate. And small fries and a shake. Janine, you had shared you're trying to understand. Well, allow me to go slower at any point, or be more clear about anything. I moved through those topics quicker because we were referencing that discussion 2 days ago we had on the live stream, but I'm happy to dive into that deeper with anyone. Rhaegar G, you're wondering what was the word for infinity? Well, it was the Om. OM is Om. And then it's a composite word with Kara, which is a difficult word to translate, but it means the maker. The Omkara, the Om maker. Like the source of the Om. Omkara. More generally, without referencing Om, it is known as the Pranava as well. Excuse my handwriting. The Pranav. But there are so many terms that are one with that one. For example, that is the mythical Brahman. You could also call it Paramatma. It's very kind of you, the guy from TikTok, for sending love and peace to everyone here who is struggling with PTSD. One of the most, I think, beautiful discoveries in psychology of the last century is that you don't have to go to war to have trauma. Originally, it was a diagnosis for people who had come back from war, traumatized. And then it started being used for other tragedies. And then we started to discover that trauma is actually much more common than we think. In abusive households, one can be traumatized in a very similar way, just differently. And especially so when we're younger, we just don't have a reference point for the most traumatic thing. The most traumatic thing to a child is simply the most traumatic thing that they've experienced. Even if they got older, it wouldn't compare to other things. It's personal. And a household doesn't even have to be physically abusive for it to be traumatizing. We can be traumatized from just a kind of general disconnect between ourselves and our parents emotionally. And that's probably the most common, just in my assumption, the most common form of trauma, since in some sense we've all experienced some emotion that wasn't reciprocated, or an emotion of others that was given to us, not ours to keep. Very traumatizing for a baby. So yeah, I definitely echo that. May everyone experiencing stress resulting from trauma have peace and love. May your healing journey deepen with each passing instant. And that's a great point too, Angel. Having some neurodivergent traits can intensify those experiences too. Thank you, dear Emmy. Did I thank you for the trio of tiny dinies? I hope I did. You sent them many minutes ago now. Thank you, dear Entrepreneurs Academy, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. Nola Shameless, you're wondering if there's any book I recommend that talks about the 3 things I discussed earlier. Well, all of those concepts originate in a set of scriptures called the Vedas. The Vedas by themselves are not easily digestible by the average person. For one, they're written in a language that very few can speak. Not just Sanskrit, but Vedic Sanskrit. The oldest definitively known spoken language. So there's a bit of a time difference between our modern vernacular there. But there have been many layers created upon the Vedas, like the Brahma Sutras, the Upanishads, and various stories called Puranas, and great epics called Itihasas, the largest of which, and the largest known epic ever, is the Mahabharata. And just a few chapters of that epic, which is a distillation of the distillation of the distillation of the Vedas, is the Bhagavad Gita. This is probably a good entry point for these concepts for a beginner. And yes, they are translated. This one happens to be. Many of the scriptures remain untranslated still to this day, and there's many different kinds of translations available. But I went through all of those examples a little swiftly because the greatest source of understanding these things is from a yogi, because the tradition is oral by nature, passed down through generation. Much of what I speak on simply comes from listening to yogis, most of whom were just on the internet. People recorded them giving their lectures, and so the oral tradition goes on. So, in some sense, a lot of these words are not written down in many places. Some things just don't get written down because it's so vast. For example, this book that came out, I think a decade ago or less, or maybe a little more. Let me double check that. 2004, I think. This was probably the first time that the Bindu chakra was even talked about. Before that, it was purely an oral tradition. But this book is the Bhagavad Gita. Thank you, dear Hybrid Gen, for your fire that you sent a minute ago or more. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you for being here, David. I enjoy your company. And dear Angel, thank you for your rose as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. No less shameless. You're wondering, how many books have I read? By myself? I don't think I've ever read a book by myself. I read many with my mom and my dad in my early years, and many with my schoolmates in school and my teacher. I've had one narrated to me in an audiobook, and then I like to read some with you. But in my own time, by myself, I don't read any books. There have been years of my life where I didn't crack open a single book, even if I was supposed to. The moment the teacher stopped reading to me, that's the moment I stopped reading for homework too. For me, reading always has to involve someone else. Either someone reading to me or me reading to someone. I just find it challenging to be myself, the reader and the listener at the same time. I have to be one or the other. The one listening or the one reading. And that's why I love reading to you all. And thank you, Kali, for your heart, me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Daneen, thank you for your rose too. Om Gam Ganapadaye Namaha. And dear Danjo, thank you for your popcorn. Hare Krishna. And Crystal Mist, thank you for your 7 roses. Om Namo Buddhaya. Nola, you shared that you're surprised I didn't read in my own time given my extensive knowledge in mathematics and logic. Thank you. I'm very grateful to have been a good listener in many ways for much of my life. I absorb a lot of stories when people share them with me. I just have a hard time becoming my own listener when I'm the one relaying the stories of others. So my biggest form of information gathering is through listening, either through people in my life that I can talk to, or through the internet, many different movies, documentaries, YouTube videos, etc. Mr. Astrolabe, you're wondering if the principle of explosion and logic proves a perfect universe. Oh, how interesting is that connection you've made. To include everyone in the conversation. In logic, there's something called the principle of explosion, which is a great term. Very descriptive. It states that if there is ever a contradiction in logic, and I don't just mean someone having poor logic, I mean you genuinely logically arrive at a contradiction, and the contradiction is what is true. That you've discovered something impossible. If anything turns out that way, then that means everything is both true and false. That in logic, classical logic, if there does exist a statement that is both true and its negation is true also, then the explosion is that means that every statement must be true and its opposite. However, this can be navigated using different logical laws. For example, using a non-binary logic system that involves more than just a statement being true or its negation. We have to let go of, I think, the excluded middle law in classical logic. This is a point that I think is important too. There are no definitively true laws of logic. We can pick and choose them depending on what realm of logic we wish to go into. There's intuitionist logic, there's fuzzy logic, there's even something called paradox logic. I think any of these things, for example, would navigate the principle of explosion. However, the principle of explosion genuinely might have real-world implications. Perhaps, in some sense, this universe is the explosion that arose from some irresolvable paradox in logic. Maybe we live in that universe where all things are true. Just depends on which perspective you follow. Here's... oh my goodness, 1 second. There's a lot of dust and smoke in my house since I was working on making these Yam Doles earlier. Dust from the cutting and smoke from the burning I was using a blowtorch to try to burn holes into the grooves that would be for my toes and my heel, etc. It didn't work, but at least I got to play with fire. Yes, thank you, Crystal Mist, for your 7 roses. And Samra, for your hearts. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you, Ron, for your heart, me too. Radhe, Radhe. Perhaps I can use sandpaper. I can. I think this is some pretty compressed wood, given that it's a kind of plywood. Doesn't submit to even 50 grit sandpaper that well, but I'm hoping that I can borrow my neighbor's circular sander. Dear Mina, you ask, what about all the suffering that isn't yours? Why be quote-unquote grateful for me as I watch children dying? That is the hardest struggle. That is very difficult. And because of the sensitive topic which this is, I will try to choose my words very mindfully. Being grateful is a privilege. It's a privilege that perhaps those that are suffering do not have, though everyone has at least something to be grateful for. Someone should exercise the privilege of gratitude because it's a beautiful feeling to have. And the more beauty we can bring into this world, the less suffering there will be. It's beautiful that you share empathy for those who are suffering. But that doesn't mean you have to live a miserable life, that you have to punish yourself, because if you want to bring more love and light into this world, if you want to help bring an end to the suffering, then we have to start from a place of peace ourselves. If we're not peaceful, then we'll never be able to help other people be peaceful either. We'll be looking with them. We won't know where to find it together. And maybe there's a beautiful vulnerability that's shared there. But if we really want to help, of course, we guide them to a peace that we discover within ourselves. And this is a question that is relevant to the Bhagavad Gita, where Arjuna asks, on the spiritual path, should we run away from the world? Should we just go live in a jungle or a cave and meditate on God? And Krishna says, you can, but what standard would you be setting for others? What kind of role model would you be that to be spiritual means to run away from the world? Instead, be spiritual while living amongst others. Find reasons to give, serve others, while inwardly being unattached. That way, we can give from a source of splendor, from a resource of joy, a reservoir of peace and bliss. It's not selfish to be peaceful when others are suffering, because the only way that we can help others who are suffering become peaceful is share what peace we have discovered ourselves. And thank you for this question, by the way. It's such a important one, that we remain active participants in life. The only thing we have to renounce is our attachment to outcome, that we do our best and that's enough. And I love that, dear Mina. You share that if you see someone doing something you wish you could have done, you actually get happy because someone is experiencing it somewhere, so it's good. Same with gratitude, you guys. Beautiful observations, Mina. Hello, Yana. Thank you, VYV Fragrance, for the rose that you sent a minute ago, too. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Angel, you shared that friends of yours that were protesting in your city when you were younger told you that someone needs to live. That's very empowering. Godolphin, you shared that not finding peace yourself and trying to give to others is like a cat chasing its tail. That's very visual. I like that. We cannot wait for our circumstances to become peaceful in order for us to become peaceful. We must become peaceful in order to make our circumstances peaceful. And thank you, Vibrating Buddha. Nola Shameless, you asked if we have any control when it comes to taking rebirth. According to scripture, absolutely. I think it's the 6th verse from the Bhagavad Gita that defines, just in one sentence, how we get the next birth that we do. My apologies, not the 6th verse of the... Wait. I'm in the wrong chapter. Let me find... Yes, the 6th verse of the 8th chapter. Here it's translated by Hari Chetan from Sanskrit as, whatever state of being one remembers in the end, while giving up their body, O Kaunteya. Here he's talking to Arjuna, who is the son of Kunti. So Kaunteya means, O son of Kunti. That very state they will attain because of their persistent thought of it. So it's what we bring to mind in our final moments. Our next incarnation is said to be precisely consequence of that. Why? To fulfill that thought. Every thought by itself is like an arrow. We can travel along that direction and see what kind of expression follows. Our last thought is the last direction our consciousness has. Isn't it so? Like an object thrown in space with no gravitational field, no air resistance. It'll go in the last direction that it was thrown in. Our last thought is the direction in which our consciousness must be thrown in, because there are no more thoughts to express. According to this logic, therefore, whatever we keep in mind, that is what we will find expression in as our consciousness goes from this body to the next. Natural question that then arises in people's minds is, what determines the last thought? Or why is it just the last thought? then what makes of all the thoughts before that? And that's why Krishna also said, your last thought is because of your persistent thought of it. Meaning, it's also whatever is going to be your most persistent thought. And just probabilistically speaking, that makes sense too. Whatever we are persistently thinking of is probably going to be our last thought. Because at any moment, whatever we are most often thinking of is therefore most likely going to be the thought that remains. But besides that probabilistic argument too, many people talk about near-death experiences and having your whole life reflect before your eyes. I imagine that your last thought, after viewing that whole display of memories, is just going to be the culminating thought of your whole life, isn't it? It's what thought remains due to your persistent thoughts throughout your whole life. And that is why it's so important that we think good thoughts, because you never know when it could be your last. And you definitely don't want to be thinking about how it feels like to be, I don't know, a hot dog. You just might end up being a hot dog in your next life. I don't know. But imagine if this were true, how important it is for your last thought to be full of possibility and wonder, and therefore how pertinent it is for this thought that we're thinking right now in each moment to be full of possibility and wonder. In that way, we direct the next birth. By the way, it's also said in the same and similar scriptures that only a human is able to consciously direct where their mind goes. It's said that in higher realms, and as deities, as angelic beings, they're just letting their good karma play out. They're not consciously creating new thoughts. Also in lower realms, in animal births, they're letting their lower karma play out too, so there is no creation of new thoughts. And that's why the human birth is so incredibly precious, because it is said, only as humans do we have the power to change our mind at any moment, no matter what we're doing. You could be 8 years into getting a degree in the medical sciences and then go, you know what? I want to be a dancer. Suddenly you're a dancer. You can change that. This is the nature of the human mind, and it's so special. Which means that we have the rare fortune of being able to finally take conscious charge over our own reincarnation, according to scripture. Once enlightened of this knowledge, effectively you are immortal. And so these yogis and yoginis at the moment of death, that's right, I just recall whatever I want to achieve in the next life. Thus I incarnate in the direction of achieving that. Finally, the cycle of births and deaths is over. Samsara has been completed. Nirvana has awakened. And this is possible in this life. Thank you, dear Alan, for the rose that you sent too. Om Namah Shivaya. I love that resonance, dear Chloe. That this is all now. Anyone else feel that? Every moment we are being born. I am happy that you are able to catch on to various layers of that. Nola Shameless, you're wondering, how long does it usually take for samsara to come to an end and nirvana to come to a beginning? according to scripture, an infinite amount of time. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have an eternity to go. Because consider an infinite number line representing the eternity of one's spiritual existence. There's only ever going to be one point that describes enlightenment, the beginning of Nirvana, that divides the timeline into infinite past and infinite future. And even though it takes an infinite amount of time to go from negative infinity to zero, zero being our arbitrary origin point for enlightenment, we're simplifying. It means that no matter where you are on that number line, there's only ever a finite amount of time in between you and the origin. There's an infinite amount of time between you and infinite past and you and infinite future, but only ever a finite amount of time between you and the moment of awakening. So it's simultaneously possible to say that it has taken an infinite amount of time, but you've already experienced an infinite amount of time. Thus there's only a finite amount left before it clicks. But some would say that there isn't just a moment where it all makes sense, but rather a series of moments together forming a gradient from non-enlightenment to enlightenment, whatever either of those states mean. And thus there is an asymptotic approach to it. You could model it that way. But there's meaning in each perspective, and we can find value depending on the moment that we apply that perspective. Dear John, hello. You share that you would like to hear me recite the Hare Krishna mantra. You learned it recently. That's wonderful. I will tell you that it's one of the few mantras that have explicit instructions to be chanted any way that makes sense to you. You can find that in the Santorana Upanishad, a scripture from the Yajurveda, I believe, that states, after Devarishi Narada asked Brahma, the creator, how can we cross the ocean of samsara in this age of Kali? He said, by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. Basically, I'm paraphrasing. And this can be chanted at any time, any place, by anyone. It's very rare for such a mantra to have no qualifications. Because of that, there's lots of variation. For example, those who grew up in, this is a fun term, Shwa-deleted cultures, or Shwa-deleted languages, they often drop the A at the end of Rama, and so they chanted Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, just Ram. And you might hear me rolling my R. Many people don't do that in Sanskrit. So there's lots of variation. But if we wanted to be really precise about some aspects, we can. There is a definite pronunciation in the sense of series of sounds that is universal. It always starts with Hare. H-A-R-E is how you transliterate that in English. The E is pronounced like A, and it's a double length, meaning that you pronounce it twice the time it would take you to normally pronounce any other syllable. So instead of Hare, it's Hare. 2/3 of the sound is put on the A of Hare. Some people go into the Rama first, which is traditional. In the Santorana Upanishad, it begins with Rama first. But since the time of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is a spiritual being that popularized this mantra, it's said that he chanted Hare Krishna first. As such, the organization informally known as the Hare Krishnas, also known as the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, they put the Krishna first and the Rama second, which makes sense. They believe in Krishna as being the supreme personality of Godhead. It works for them. And besides, it doesn't matter when you're in a loop. When you're in a loop, there's no beginning or an end. You can start Hare Rama or Hare Krishna, and one follows after the other. Rama, the R of Sanskrit is traditionally pronounced by curling the tongue back in retroflex. You can either just make a vowel sound there, Rama, or you can make a tap against the hard palate, Rama. Or if you're like me and you're feeling zesty, you can add breath to it, Rama, and that flutters the R. I have a feeling, it's just my intuition, that was how it was pronounced in more Vedic times. Similarly, the A in Rama, the first A is twice as long. Hare Rama. Da 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 da. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. And then again, Hare Krishna. Krishna is a difficult one to pronounce. We have to go through the sounds, because the only sounds that actually correspond to English ones is the start and the last. The K is just a regular K, but the R is a vowel, a vocalic R. There's technically no I in Krishna. It goes from a K, rolls directly into not just any N, but a retroflex N too. And then we roll into a sibilant, that's also retroflex. And then we end in A. So for a good 3/5 of this word, the middle three sounds we make in the same place of articulation. We curl our tongue back. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna would be the most correct pronunciation. It's a retroflex R, retroflex N, and a retroflex S. Krishna. So our tongue spends a lot of time upside down. Krishna. But other than that, the K and the A are the same. They are classic guttural sounds. And those are just the 3 words in the whole mantra. From there, Bob's your uncle. World's your oyster. Therefore, Bob must be your oyster. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I hope that was sufficient as far as answers go. If there's any point that I could be more clear for, please let me know. Thank you, Cosmic, for your finger heart too. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And that's a great point, dear Greg RG. Whether it's Hare Rama or Hare Krishna, you're both referring to some form of Vishnu, which is the middle of the three forms of the divine in the Trimurti of creator, sustainer, and destroyer. Vishnu is the sustainer. Rama and Krishna and also Hari are said to be dissensions or forms of them. You're very welcome, John. Enjoy chanting. Danny, you had mentioned that your husband chants that, and it's so beautiful. It's the Maha mantra for a reason, the great mantra, one that anyone can chant. Dear Greg RG, you ask, could Vishnu be considered like the Paramatma, the higher self, to Krishna's Atman? Krishna seems too cool for that. That depends on your choice, actually. The Hare Krishnas, the devotees of Krishna, they see Krishna as the Paramatma from which Vishnu descends. Other people traditionally see it the other way around, that it is from Vishnu that Krishna descends. But as Krishna himself states, he is all of those things. He is one with them. And as Arjuna identifies too, you are Vishnu. All this makes for a very difficult discernment in terms of hierarchy. So I like the way that the Hare Krishnas choose to describe it. That Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. And it's just up to you whether that means that everything descends from the Supreme Personality, or that the Supreme Personality is a descension itself from something higher, like Vishnu, or just Brahman. To me, it makes the most sense that it all comes from that which is nothing. A source which is nirguna, without qualities. To me, that is Para Brahman, the ultimate form. But that ultimate form has no purpose if it doesn't express itself. And it expresses itself through various different forms of the divine. And so it's in my opinion that all the forms of the divine are expressions of that one Brahman. But some people go so far as to say that actually Brahman is just an aspect of the Supreme Personality. So people change the hierarchy depending on their spiritual practice, and I see nothing wrong with that too. They are just as valid. And I love how much variety there is in the spiritual path. Yeah. Just depends on your perspective. Dear Angel, you have been so kind. Thank you for another pair of roses you sent a few moments ago. Om Hanumate Namaha. JV, thank you for your friendship necklace, your ice cream, your bubble tea, your donut, your finger heart, and your pair of cloud breads. Thank you. Hare Krishna. And thank you for your pair of tiny dinies too. Yippee! Thank you, dear Peter, as well, for your lovely rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I think it's time for a nice little excerpt from Pema, who is the author of the words quoted in this book. I think I've set my exposure and focus manually accidentally, so it's not focusing today. But this has been a book where we've been going through, live stream by live stream, a passage from this wonderful wise woman named Pema Chodron, who is a Buddhist nun. We only have 3 of her passages left to read, since we've read each one so far before that. We have yet to read number 90, so I'd like to take you on a very short journey through this passage now. Thank you, dear JV, for your rosa, your popcorn, and a bubble tea too. Om Tat Sat. Yes, welcome, dear Hunter Chris. I will certainly get back to you with that. This passage is called Now is the Time, and I forgot that you can't read that. In fact, it just looks like nothing. It'll be an improvisation. Number 90. Now is the time. We're always in some kind of mood. It might be sadness. It might be anger. It might not be much of anything. Just a kind of blur. It might be humor or contentment. In any case, whatever it is, that's the path. When something hurts in life, we don't usually think of it as our path or as the source of wisdom. In fact, we think that the reason we're on the path is to get rid of this painful feeling. In this way, we naively cultivate a subtle aggression against ourselves. However, the fact is that anyone who has used the moments, days, and years of his or her life to become wiser, kinder, and more at home in the world has learned from what's happening now. We can aspire to be kind right in the moment, to relax and open our heart and mind to what is in front of us right in the moment. Now is the time. If there's any possibility for enlightenment, it's right now, not at some future time. Thank you for listening. That was number 90 of the pocket Pema Chodron. I hope that was as insightful to you as it was to me. Brilliant verse by Pema again. So thank you. Pleasant reminder that everything that's possible, only possible because there's a way to achieve it through something we can do now. Everything that's happening in this moment we can use, no matter how big or small, unwieldy or common. Namaste. And thank you, dear JV, for your bubble tea too. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Gabriella, thank you for your heart me as well. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Gabriel, you were wondering if I think chakras exist, and if I think stuff like chi and prana exists, and if I care whether proof exists. A very interesting question. To me, they're like models for our experience. Our experience is definitively real for us, but we can choose to model various parts of that experience according to different perspectives. That is to say, I'm pointing out the difference between a theory and a model. A theory makes falsifiable conclusions, but a model, by definition, is false. It's not meant to be an absolute truth, but rather a model. It's something that we can use to model our experiences through, a way to sieve our experience in one way or another. There are times where it has limitations, and there are times where I find it useful. If you're wondering if I've directly observed some energy within my experience that I can identify as a chakra, then no. However, there are people who claim to have, and that gives me a choice of either assuming that what they're experiencing is not true, or I can just assume that it's not something that I have yet to experience, and that leaves the most room for possibility for me. And so my honest answer is that it's not something I have experienced yet. But the model of chakras and prana and chi, I think, is very useful. It's helpful to interpret movement in the body or through the mind in general, through our sensory experience in terms of the metaphorical and symbolic relationship between different parts. Dear Gregarji, you share that since Pema and Padme mean the same thing, what if we did an Om Mani Pema hum after we finish? That's very cute. I love that. I don't know if it would be grammatically correct, as we'd be mixing maybe Pali is where Pema comes, and Sanskrit or Prakrit, but I think that in honor of her it doesn't matter. And we can do so. I like that idea a lot. Anna Rita, you ask, do you think it's necessary to have a proof to be true for us, or we just need to believe it? Proof theory is a really big part of mathematics, and it's the mathematical exploration of a branch of philosophy called epistemology, which is the study of knowledge sources. Knowledge being an object to know. To know something means that it exists for you. Epistemology is the study of sources of knowledge, of things that exist for us. How we can be certain of the existence of something rather than it being like a mirage. A mirage exists, but what we believe it to be does not. Therefore, oftentimes our senses cannot be considered absolute sources of knowledge, for example. In proof theory, we explore how logic can have mirages too. That what it really means to have a proof itself is something that's not certain. And there are many statements we've made about the possibility for things to be proven or not. Like the great logician Gödel, he made 2 theorems about this. They were called his incompleteness theorems. And as far as my memory prevails, the first incompleteness theorem states that any logical system which is capable of having a consistent formulation of arithmetic, which is vital for almost everything. Arithmetic is the basis of lots and lots and lots of sciences. So we would hope to have a logic that is capable of supporting that. Turns out, on that simple assumption, a logic that's capable of supporting even basic arithmetic is a logic in which there are things that can't be proven true or false. Or, well, yeah, that is kind of the statement in general, but specifically it means that such a system can either be incomplete or inconsistent, which means that if it's incomplete, that means there are things which it cannot prove. If it's inconsistent, it means that it can prove something is true and false at the same time. And then what do you do? But such a logical system can neither be complete nor consistent at the same time. That was his first incompleteness theorem. Second incompleteness theorem states that a logic can never prove that itself is valid. We can use logic to prove things, but where's the proof that the proof itself is valid? That our method of proving things is provably a valid way of proving things, which is very meta. And so he showed that it's impossible to take logic and prove itself to be true. Because of this, I've kind of stopped using the term proof in my vocabulary. It's such a messy concept that I've decided to let go of what it means for something to be provably true or not. All I really know for certain is how much I don't know. I'm certain about my uncertainty. I'm certain that there is an experience happening in this moment. And I'm pretty certain about very small parts of that experience, like that it's enough to be kind in each moment, to see the good that's possible. That seems real, that seems true to me. Is it 100% true? Is it a provably important part of my experience? I don't know. All I know that it matters to me. Who am I? What this world of matter is? I don't know. But on some level, I can say I'm happy to be here, and I don't care if that's a provable fact or not. A good post idea, shares G2 Infinity. You are a good source of post ideas. Dear Brody's boy, you ask, what do I feel happens after death? And thank you for your patience, as you know you wanted to share something since we started reading. You wonder what your Isaac is up to. In some ways, we don't have to wonder, because we can feel them get up to stuff in our heart, pulling at the heartstrings, can't we? We'll be minding our own business, and then Isaac pulls at a heartstring and makes a sound. Then memories flood back, another heartstring is plucked, and slowly Isaac plays a bit of a symphony on the stringed instrument we call our heart. So they're up to composing new compositions based on all of the impressions they left in us. That's one thing for sure. They're also in the process of returning everything they borrowed from Mother Earth back to Mother Earth. Like the body. Body was a gift from Mother Earth. Body is in the process of being given back to Mother Earth. Mother Earth says thank you for doing wonderful things with it. I can't wait to transform this into soil, into ash, into the source for new life to arise. And all of the impressions that those particles of their body was comprised of, they're there. The vibrations maintain. Those vibrations continue through chaotic effects to ripple around the world, like the idea of a butterfly flapping its wings in Los Angeles, causing a tornado on the other side of the world through the precise chain of events. I think they are getting up to all of those things too. But most importantly, in their absence, since they brought such a presence to this world, by their wake, life finds a way of flowing within and then blossoming from there. Their life has served as the flower bed for so many new things to grow. They are getting up to being a more fruitful garden day by day. Thank you, dear BPL, for being a part of this atmosphere. Thank you, dear R, for your quintet of roses too. Om Namo Rudraya. That's a good word. Rudraya. Thank you, Gil and Enkidu, for your ice cream cone too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And hello, Jules Ortega. I'm happy you can resonate with that angel. And Gregor, you provided the Bodic. Very interesting. It looks like Tibetan. Om Mani Padme Hum. You asked, what is essence versus essential? Well, clearly they share the same root. Root being essence. You could say the essence of essential is essence. Grammatically, the essence of something is all that is necessary to find expression. For example, we can have pineapple with its Fibonacci spiral husk. Is that what you call it? The husk of a pineapple? I don't know. It's more than just the skin, isn't it? And all of its prickly, pointy leaves that come out the top too. That's a pineapple. And on the inside is the flesh of the fruit. But I could also hand you a glass of yellow liquid, and on taking a sip you'd go, oh, pineapple. Even though the husk wasn't there, the leaves wasn't there, the flesh wasn't there, somehow you still identified pineapple. Which means that the essence of, in this case, a pineapple is that which is essential for you to identify the expression that it adds to life. In this case, the expression of a very sweet, almost sharp flavor. And the essence of the pineapple in this case was its juice. And the juice was formless. It held the shape of the glass that it was contained in. In the same way you could say the essence of a being is their spirit. And even when the body isn't there, the essence remains, just like the juice of a pineapple. You could say your soul is the juice of your body. It's what's left. If you really squeeze a body, please don't try that. But we are all being squeezed through the process of life. And the extract of that is spirit soul. Dear Benjamin, thank you for the heart me you sent too. Hare Om Tat Sat. Hello, Simples. You're funny guy. I hope that answer was helpful for you. Brody's boy, you shared that someone had mentioned it to you. What exactly is egg theory? That is something I am familiar with. It comes from a poem by Andy Weir. And that poem was made popularized by an animation education YouTube channel called Kurzgesagt, which apparently means in a nutshell. They produce a lot of educational content, especially on big questions of life. And they made a beautiful animation to go along with Egg, the poem by Andy Weir. But in his poem, he writes that not only is reincarnation a possibility, it's that we can reincarnate into each other by reincarnating forwards and backwards through time, so that I may be a past life of you, or vice versa. That all of us might truly just be the same being, but going backwards in time to be with ourselves at different levels in our journey, to continue to climb ourselves with the help of our future selves higher and higher. And that basically makes the whole universe like an egg of spiritual development, of its unified being. And perhaps we're one of many eggs in a whole multiverse of eggs. And each egg eventually blossoms into a super being. Maybe something comparable to God. That God is the product of living through every life that's possible to live through. Past, present, and future. God is what emerges from the egg of the universe. And we are like pupa stages of that. That comes from the poem called The Egg. People call it egg theory, but it's more of a model than a theory. I would call it egg model. Because a theory makes falsifiable predictions, but a model is true from one perspective and has limitations from another. I think this would be an example of a model, more so than a theory. Thank you, dear Vanessa, for your heart me too. Jaya Sitaram. Perhaps it relates to one of the names for the creator in Sanskrit, which is Hiranyagarbha, which means the golden egg or a cosmic egg. And that's something which is very much symbolized in the animation of Kurtzgazat that they did on that. Golden egg. Imagine that as a word for the creator, for the source. Golden means a value. Egg means that it's in an unmanifest form, but every part of beingness that could come is there. All the information, all the knowledge, all the energy required, and this golden egg is there. And so what blossoms from that egg is the evolution of the creator. And I love some of the parallels that that idea has with pantheism. For example, the idea that everything that can be experienced is the source. Thank you for being part of the space in which we get to express our peace, dear BBL. You know, I have to ask, what does it stand for? A purple people lover. Purple people lover. I love that. Dear Chloe, you shared that you were studying the concept last night of the Big Bang erupting from a cosmic egg with ChatGPT, so synchronistic. That's one of the most wonderful uses I find about the latest generation of AI, is that we can ask the most ridiculous questions and get an answer. Even today, I don't think you can ask philosophical questions to Siri and get some kind of engagement. Siri says, "I'm sorry, I don't think I have the answer to that question." But ChatGPT says, "Let's explore it together. You know what? What if there was an answer that we could explore? Let's do so." Hunter Chris, you were wondering what my favorite theory or model is to talk about. Largely, whatever you want to talk about. My favorite thing is your favorite thing. But more personally, I really love seeing everything in terms of a continuum of beginning. What I mean by that is instead of seeing things in terms of maybe black and white, binaries, opposites, we just see a spectrum of becoming. Like when we identify something negative in our life, instead of categorizing it as negative in a box, which is opposing other parts of our life which are positive, also in the box of identification, that we see it as one continual thing. There's just some things that have reached the stage we call positive, and others that have yet to reach that stage that we call negative. But it's all just a continuum of becoming. So something that we previously identify as negative, we can rephrase in terms of something that is yet to become positive, for example. That kind of reframing is a model that I find really useful. Purple People Eater. Purple People Lover. You ask if I've ever heard the Purple People Eater song. You chose to be a lover. I love that. I think I remember watching on Treehouse, which was a Canadian children's TV show, a song about making a purple soup. About purple tomatoes and purple potatoes and you in our purple soup. Was that the same song? Some similarity. I'd become a Purple People Eater by adding a person to my purple soup and eating that. No, not related. What a quinky dink then. Greg RG, you shared that you tried to talk to ChatGPT about Antarctica and it got really sketch on you. I don't know if I want to know, but now I'm very curious. Cucumelos, you were wondering, what activities do I enjoy spending my time on? I love being here with all of you. Truly, it's something that, while I do all day, is whenever I start, that it's not something that I'm waiting to be over, because I never give myself a time limit. In fact, what happens is I go, oh no, it's my bedtime, and then I have to go to bed. But I very much enjoy the space that we share here. Outside of this live stream, I like doing creative projects that either involve some form of spiritual practice or maybe technological. I like programming. To me, it's a form of meditation. Other than that, I love long walks on the beach. No, seriously, I've been known to just walk on the beach for hours until I phone my mom. Hey, I don't know what part of the island I'm on. Please come pick me up. I call them my ocean adventures. Haven't done one in a while. like getting lost in the woods too. I'm a big fan of getting lost and trying to find my way out. Regarji, you share, you wanted to ask stuff about an idea from India actually, but it's about something they say in various places like the North Pole, not so much the South, but it's called Mount Meru. I am familiar with this. In fact, we just covered a story about Mount Meru in The Hidden Power in Humans. I wonder if I can bring that up for you. I found the right chapter. Just seeing if I can find that story. Ah, yes. So, oh, my apologies. They used a different mountain in this story. Alright. What was I thinking of then? I was thinking of Krishna. I think he mentioned Mount Meru in the Bhagavad Gita. I wonder if I could find that. I think I found the right chapter there again. I'm quite confident that somewhere in this chapter, which is the 10th chapter, Krishna says that among mountains I am Meru. And then there was a very short commentary. Oh, found it. The 23rd verse of the 10th chapter, Krishna says, I am Meru. And the very short commentary by our translator is simply it being the highest mythological mountain. Perhaps it's that mountain that we keep referencing when we talk about different paths reaching the same peak. That's Mount Meru. Oh, did you find it before I did, dear Gregarji? Gaia, you share that you had a poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. Who am I? Well, I am you, and you are I. I like that. Thank you for sharing, dear Gaia. Jenny, you're wondering if I've heard about Tom Campbell's My Big Toe Theory of Everything. That was one of my favorite acronyms in physics. TOE, Theory of Everything. No, I am unfamiliar with it. Dear Kiroronov, thank you for your patience. I think I saw this question asked before. You asked, does life of non-attachment lose some kind of sense of living? Depends on what you mean by sense of living, but you very much live an active life through non-attachment. In fact, you're even more engaged because attachment is what takes us away from engaging in life. I'll give you a kind of depressing example. no matter how good of a neurosurgeon you are, operating on brains, if you have a child and that child of yours needs to be operated on, that neurosurgeon would probably deny the operation because their attachment would not allow them to be present enough to perform that surgery like any other kind. But what's required for a genuine ability to perform a brain surgery, for example, is to have some kind of non-attachment. Otherwise, that attachment can be an impediment to engage in this life-saving process. Non-attachment doesn't mean that we vow never to see someone again or to not love them. It means that we recognize that each moment could be our last. Unattached just means that we're not holding out hope to see them again, which is a very difficult thing to come to terms with, and I won't tell you that I have. It's a learning journey for me. But in some sense, true awakening means that we value each moment as if it were the last. And so we can be fully present there. And you added, like, because we refuse or avoid suffering. Absolutely, that's an aspect of it. That we're afraid of losing something. Or we're afraid of getting something. Like a punishment. We're afraid of discomfort, really. Suffering, we can always try to alleviate. But discomfort, that's a fact of life. And it's a part of life that is useful in many ways too. Like, it's a sign that we're out of our comfort zone. Therefore, discomfort is a part of growing. So in that sense, yeah, we can be more engaged with life. The more we allow ourselves to be out of our comfort zone. Because our comfort zone only ever contains this much life. How much life exists outside of that? Infinitely more. Thank you, Isabella, for the finger heart that you sent to. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Beep, you're wondering, would I recommend the Bhagavad Gita to a secularist as a curiosity read? Any other recommendations? Oh, you're welcome to read anything out of curiosity. But in terms of getting value from something, it must be more than a scholarly or an academic curiosity. Because the Bhagavad Gita is a philosophy that's practical, that it tells us about changes that we can make pragmatically and then see the direct effect of those. So just reading about them, we can only infer whether or not that adds to our life in any value. So some amount of nididhyasana is the Sanskrit word, is required for achieving full knowledge of what's contained in the book. Those are the 3 levels I referenced. There's Shravana, which is the listening, or in this case, the reading. And that's conducive to hearing about the truth. But then there needs to be some kind of manana, some intellectualizing, and your curiosity is enough for that. Because you are curious with it, it means that you at least want to intellectually engage. But full realization cannot occur without nididhyasana, without putting into effect the theoretical points too. And then we directly see the way in which they are true. But yeah, I would absolutely recommend checking out the Bhagavad Gita. Thank you, dear Dob Darker, for the heart me you shared too. Radhe, Radhe. And Vibber Zero, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet too. Om Namo Brahmacharya. I think I made a remix of that mantra. Om Brahmacharya Namo Namaha. It's more correct. You're very welcome, Beep. And I just made a remix of that too. You're a fun guy. You ask, how can I see the chat from there? Oh, it's not just from there. It's from there. I've made the text big enough for me to see on the screen. Lo, you had shared that that's what you loved about the Dharma traditions, very practical. And I think the biggest proof of that is the word yoga. When most of us hear the word yoga, what you imagine is probably someone doing something physically. Either some stretch called an asana or a meditation called dhyana. But strictly speaking, of the 6 so-called classical schools of Indian philosophy, yoga is one of the 6. And that's one of my favorite fun facts. Yoga is a school of philosophy, but yet I would make the bet that when you think of that word, you think of someone doing something physically with their body. Tell me that isn't a practical philosophy then. To be fair, most people don't know about the underlying philosophy of yoga, and they're mostly aware of the Hatha Yoga, the physical practices. But there's absolutely deeper philosophical component. Good night, dear Gaia. Thank you for your well wishes for my sleep. All the best for you too. Bibber Zero, you're wondering how old am I? I am about 2/5 of your age. 22. Hello, dear faithful being. Radhe, Radhe. PPL, you share that you are trying to bring yoga and meditation into the education system. I love that, and that's like a full circle. The oldest schools that we know of were so-called gurukulams, which were places of hermitage where a teacher taught students yoga. So yoga was found as the first teaching in these gurukulams many thousands of years ago. And here we are trying to reintroduce it. How poetic is that? That's very close, Purple People Lover. Gurukulam. Just replace that final R that you wrote with an L. Did I say to bring yogurt to medication? Oh, that's a double flip of words. Yogurt to medication, yogurt to meditation. Yogurt's a probiotic, and the yogis were always big on our gut health. Yogis love their yogurt too. They're always talking about how you can take the milk, extract the buttermilk. Take the buttermilk, extract the yogurt. Take the yogurt, extract the butter. Take the butter, extract the ghee. And from ghee, you can produce a myriad of things. But you won't be able to identify the ghee in the milk unless you are a skilled artisan in the craft. So too, it is very difficult to recognize the anandam, the bliss that exists in this world, which is like the milk. We have to extract it. We have to recognize our true self from the mirror of the world. Thank you, dear brave Bella, for your trio of roses too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Marcus, you shared that you've learned that Western yoga workouts originate primarily from Scandinavia in the early 20th century. That's interesting. I've never heard that, but I believe you, as I know traditionally there was only a handful of asanas, but now there are thousands. In the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, many thousands of years ago, the physical component of yoga was not given the highest priority. It was important though, but of his 8 limbs of yoga, Ashtanga yoga, physical yoga is just a rung it's a rung of many rungs on the ladder. And it actually starts with something that maybe people don't even do before they get into Hatha yoga, the physical yoga. Did I say yoga? Oh my goodness. So many words I'm mixing up. That's okay. But yeah, there is supposed to be a necessary requirement that takes place before one engages in the physical exercises, which themselves are a requirement before one engages in meditation, which is a requirement before one engages in higher levels of yoga. But it all starts with making sure that our environment is conducive to our growth, which means we forgive everyone in our household for anything that we might be holding against them. Or we find ourselves to be in a household full of people that love us. This is the first rung on the ladder of yoga. That physical growth is just going to be a transitory experience unless you're situated in a healthy environment first. We have to find the right soil, the right flower bed for us to grow. So the first few yogas are all about engaging ourselves with the world in such a way that we find ourselves to be in the right places, the right times, that we find ourselves to be with healthy relationships with others and ourselves, taking care of our dietary needs. And once you got a good grip on that, then we can move into working on the body. Since working on the body requires some kind of redirection from awareness of the world to within. So we have to make sure the world around us is solid enough as our foundation to support our growth. Then we can bring our awareness inward to the body, start refining that. And as we work on the body, we work on subtler and subtler components of our life, like our breath, and our pranas, our feelings, our mind, our intellect, our sense of self, and then finally abide in our true self. The yogas build on that in that way. Oh yeah, and the other forms that have arisen from recent times, that's all wonderful too. Just because it ain't ancient doesn't mean it ain't useful. And yoga is an evolving spiritual path too. Though it stems from ancient times, it's adaptable. And the only reason it has survived into the modern age is because it has freedom for interpretation. In Separatio, you were wondering if meditation helps. Meditation, even many scientists are saying, has genuine effects on our physiology, on our psychology. Frequent meditators, I've heard, have better immune response, and their cardiovascular system is more functional. Their heart rate is lower, their blood pressure is lower. Meditators are often have the most healthy relationships too, because they take the longest time to reflect on everything that happens between them and another person in their life, because they know that meditation is an alternative to getting upset about it and then forgetting about it. I am going to pause, or actually stop my alarm. Which is a reminder that I should really go to bed soon. Myra, you share that you and your partner do it every evening for 1 to 2 hours. 15 years relationship so far. Wow. What a great data point you are. Thank you for sharing that. But yes, it's probably time for us to land the plane tonight. So I'd like to take us slowly through our concluding segments for our live stream. If you don't mind, but thank you all for having this open discussion for the last 3 hours or more. I did wake up earlier today than I'm used to, which is good. Got a lot done today. I have a question of the day for you all. I would like to explore this question for a few minutes with you. Given that many of us, including myself, are going to head this way soon, I'm wondering, what is something that you appreciate about dreams? So if there's any part of your dreams that you have gratitude for, I would love to know. We talk about things to be grateful for in our waking state. There are things to be grateful for in any other state too. I know it's morning for many of you. What's early for me, G to infinity? 11:30 in the morning. That's early. Lately. Which is about 11 hours ago. I usually am in bed for 12 hours and I'm up for 12 hours. Samra, something that you appreciate about dreams is that you have no control. That's very interesting. I know control is something that many of us struggle with, and so having no control being something that you appreciate speaks wonders to the kind of release when you just let the moment take its course. Chloe, you appreciate being able to connect with self and others in such a magical way as dreams. And you appreciate getting lost in dreams and being caught off guard. You love dreaming so much. I love that for you. Brave Bella, you share that you wish you had time to sleep that much. I'm grateful that I do too. My mom has always said that I need it, and I believe her. I sometimes feel insecure about it because a lot of people believe in productivity, and those are hours I could be using for other things, but a lot happens in my sleep, a lot of rejuvenation and discovery in my subconscious. I think it's a privilege that I'm very honored to have, and I'm sure that as I get older, like most people, my sleep quota will reduce. I'm not sure if this is an answer to the question of the day, but dear Taylin, you wrote that you're going to meditate on it tonight. Lord, give me the strength to continue to choose the healed version of myself. I like that. And if I may make a suggestion, I would change healed to healing so that we allow ourselves to be in the process of healing. Give ourselves the time it needs to take place. Sovereign Psychophant, you shared that dreams offer us a raw insight into the kind of space that preceded this experience, especially lucid. Wow, that's a very deep answer, a lot like that. And Marcus, you share that you love dreams because we wouldn't have the thought of them if they weren't possible. Waking dreams. I like that. That's why we call our aspirations dreams, don't we? And hello, dear Orla. Jackie, you appreciate that bad dreams end. What a phenomenal 3-word answer to the question of the day. I like that a lot. Zephyr, you're wondering what is something I appreciate about dreams. Well, I'll let you know after I give my voice to some other comments. But thank you for asking. Don Suela, you appreciate the relief you feel when you wake up to find that your teeth did not indeed fall out like in your dream. Yes, I get those dreams too. I once had a dream that my teeth were Lego bricks and I could just swap them out for other pieces. Orla, your answer is all the beings you get to meet. You know they're not just recycled faces from waking life. I love that answer a lot, and that is a subtle point that I had difficulty with too. People saying that you can only see a face in a dream that you've seen in real life. Well, that may be psychologically true, but spiritually, our dreams must have more meaning than that. And I love the way you're able to find meaning there. Dear Vanessa, you're waking up, you're grateful not to have to deal with the situation in your nightmares anymore. That's a big relief. Myra, you share that you're always so excited for your dreams to come, because in the past you often experienced that they kind of gave you answers and solutions. That's wonderful. Thank you, Brave Bella. PYC? Where'd your comment go? There it is. You appreciate all the worlds you visited while dreaming. I like that too. Me too. I often wish I could take my phone into my dreams and take a picture of it. But then they wouldn't be so special, I suppose. In Gardening Greygar G, you share that dreams typically take up 1/3 of our lives, and you appreciate thinking about how your soul moves across worlds when in this realm. I like that a lot. D to Infinity, In reference to my long sleep quarter, you share that it explains why I retain information so well, giving time for brain to process while asleep. You know, I've never thought about it like that, but perhaps you are right. I know that the best thing a student can do before taking a test is sleep. So many students spend all-nighters, myself included, and having that knowledge fresh in the mind is great, but then we haven't processed it to be able to adapt it in diverse settings, which often is what is required on exams, because the teacher isn't going to put the exact sentence of what you find in a textbook. It's going to be reshaped, or you're going to have to apply your critical thinking to be able to use it. The only way that can happen is through contemplation, meditation, or deep sleep. Jackie, you like being able to fly. Yeah, that's some of my favorite dream environments too. I don't know if that grammatically made sense, but you understand. Gregor G, you share, I wake, I am on earth. I sleep, I am elsewhere. And Chloe, you share that you learned that dream yoga is lucid dreaming. I love that observation. Yeah, there's a yoga of everything. And hello, and thank you, Daffy, for your heart me. Om Namo Rudraya. Faithful being, you share that dreams allow you to have a break from mundanity. Wow, that's a fun word. I know what it means, but I've never heard it before. And shows how different life could have been. And G to Infinity, you appreciate that the dream state allows your soul to reconnect to pure consciousness. It is the gateway, the vehicle. That sounds like a very interesting dream, Purple People Lover. Very symbolic. Good night, dear Vanessa. Maybe you are sharing interesting dreams. Thank you. Orla, you shared so cool that you dream so vividly, and everyone's sharing too. What fun. I love that. I'm so grateful for this space. Hello, dear Daffy, you share that you are waiting for class to start in 30 minutes. Well, may you have a wonderful time at class today. I hope that you absorb everything you need to. People here are going to sleep and you have school in 20 minutes. Oh, our round planet. Alright, thank you everyone for exploring my astral themed question tonight on our dreams. I enjoyed that. I love dreaming, as many of you know, and I love hearing about your dreams too. And Gregor G, you share that apparently the dream realm has certain aspects that can be seen by multiple people, not just one. Like it's not unique to the dreamer, apparently. This was one of the major fields of study for Carl Jung, that psychoanalysts, psychologists love him, many hate him. But he was fascinated by the idea that there could be some collective unconscious archetypes that transcend time and place that we all get to experience, just at least perhaps not at the waking level, but in the dream level. Thank you, Daffy, for your pair of roses still. Alright, I'd like to now read another section of the hidden power in humans. So let's do so as the penultimate experience of this live stream. We're going deeper into... Well, let me start recording before I say that. Today we're going even deeper into the Bindu chakra, which is a lesser known chakra, which is the 8th in addition to the 7 main ones, but it's in between the 3rd eye and the crown, said to be located at the cowlick at the back of the head, at least symbolically. It's the source of Amrita, the nectar of immortality, where we get the word ambrosia in English, I believe. We were talking about how in the peace mantra, it is said, Murtyurma Amritangamaya, which means lead us from death to immortality. Amrita literally means immortality. On a physical level, this means that with the awakening of the Bindu chakra, the pineal gland, which is connected to this center, becomes active. This gland emits a hormone that has a quote-unquote fountain of youth influence on the body and the mind at the same time. This is why the rishis gave it the name Amrita, the nectar of immortality. The rishis were seers of the Himalayas. Long ago it said that if you wanted spiritual knowledge, you'd trek up the mountains of the Himalayas and find a rishi, a seer, a sage, a yogi. And it is from them that spiritual scriptures such as the Vedas originate on earth. Anyway, the more active the Bindu chakra becomes, the more plentifully this precious Amrita flows. It is said in the ancient scriptures that just one concentrated drop is sufficient to make new shoots grow on a piece of dry wood and bring the deceased back to life. In Ayurveda, this life-giving nectar is known as Sanjivini Bhuti. Ayurveda being the knowledge about living, the Indian medical system that is thousands of years old, also stemming from the Vedas. Sanjivini is a legendary plant from the Himalayas, the juice of which is supposed to bring life back to the dead. No, bring life back to the dead. Well, yeah, that makes sense, but I guess you could interpret it as bringing life back to the dead, or bringing the dead back to life. And Bhuti means the energy or power. So, I'll just repeat that sentence. In Ayurveda, this life-giving nectar is known as Sanjivini Bhuti. There are yogis who eat no food and are nourished exclusively by the nectar of the Bindu chakra. If we were able to utilize this life elixir for our body, we would not only prolong our life but also enjoy perfect health. But unfortunately, this precious nectar normally drips straight down into the fire of the Manipura chakra, the Jataragni, which is our solar plexus, and is burnt before its effects develop. Through certain yoga practices, we can be successful in catching the drops of nectar in the Vishuddhi chakra, the throat center, and supplying the body. The Vishuddhi chakra is responsible for the purification and detoxification of the body if an imbalance occurs in the body due to harmful substances. As a footnote, when we have learned to collect the nectar by means of the following yoga technique, we feel either a bitter or sweet taste on the tongue. A bitter aftertaste indicates that there are still harmful substances in the body that needs to be purified. In the Gheranda Samhita, verses 28 to 30, which is one of the original texts on the teachings of yoga, perhaps even predating the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. The sun is in the navel and the moon in the head. The nectar that comes from the moon is consumed by the sun, and the life force is gradually used up in this way. Here, the moon is an ancient metaphor for the Bindu chakra, and the sun for the Manipura chakra. That's why we call it the solar plexus. Because the nectar from the Bindu chakra is constantly being destroyed in the fire of the Manipura chakra, our body is susceptible to illness and continues to deteriorate in advancing age. In fact, the Atma, the true self, is immortal. But in this earthly existence, we are bound to the mortal body. Only in this very fragile body can we attain spiritual realization and liberation, called moksha. Therefore, yogis endeavor to keep their body healthy for as long as possible to enable them to complete their spiritual development in the current lifespan. And this is why the rishis in ancient times sought methods by which this valuable nectar could be gathered within the body and its benefits utilized. They found that they could control the flow of nectar with the help of the Vishuddhi chakra and the tongue. The tongue possesses subtle energy centers, each of which connects to a specific part of the body or organ. Udana prana, one of the 5 main pranas, the vital forces, works within the Vishuddhi chakra, and this prana vayu activates the muscles in the throat that control the swallowing of food. Udana prana also directs the energy to the head. When the nectar is held firmly in the Vishuddhi chakra and influenced by the Udana prana, its effect is set in motion. The way it works is similar to homeopathy. How do I pronounce this word? Homeopathy. Here we are. And like homeopathic medicine, its beneficial effects are spread through the whole body via the outgoing energy channels in the tongue. But how are we able to catch this precious nectar with the tongue? Through a technique known as Kechari Mudra. Kechari literally means to remove, to extract. Mudra means position. It's just the position of extraction of the nectar of immortality. This position of the tongue is described in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika. In this, the tongue is rolled back as far as possible until the tip of the tongue reaches deeply into the pharyngeal cavity. Then the nectar that drips down from the Bindu chakra can be caught. In order to be able to roll the tongue back far enough, some practice is essential. Yogis achieve this by carefully stretching the ligament beneath the tongue, gradually lengthening it through gentle pulling. In this way, the tip of the tongue can finally reach the uvula. And by the way, do be careful. Do not practice this without a qualified teacher there, as there have been stories of people choking on their tongues. I've also heard that instead of stretching the ligament that's under the tongue, they used a kind of leaf. It might have been a bay leaf, if I remember correctly. A leaf that has a very fine razor-like edge, and day by day, they remove less than 1 millimeter of a cross-section of the ligament beneath the tongue. Anyway, I'm certainly not qualified to tell you how to do that safely. So let's just continue reading from this qualified author. The benefits of Kechari Mudra are strengthened when it is performed together with Ujjayi Pranayama and Jalandhara Bandha, the chin lock, which we have described in previous chapters. Ujjayi Pranayama is a breathing technique with concentration on the process of breathing in the throat. The throat is contracted slightly so that the airflow through it produces a soft sound, as in deep sleep. Through Jalandhara Bandha, the flow of energy is briefly interrupted and the prana is held in the throat. Another very effective practice is called Viparitkarani Mudra, which has been translated as the energy regeneration pose in the system of yoga in daily life, which is a system developed by the author Paramahansa Swami Maheshwarananda. His books and courses are available around the world, but I do not have access to those. Just this book sent by Dear Usha by one of his devotees. The symbol of the Bindu chakra is the moon. Therefore, it also is known as Chandra chakra, the moon center. In the inner cosmos, which is seen by our inner eye in meditation, which you can hear in the last reading session, the Bindu chakra appears to have a circular opening with a lid almost completely covering it. And from this some light shines forth through a small gap. This glimmer of light that is the emanation of the radiance of the self in the Sahasrara chakra, the crown, is similar in appearance to the slender crescent of the new moon. If the Bindu chakra is fully awake and opens, it shines brightly with a silvery sheen, just like the full moon. The moon is a symbol of perfection, nectar, and energy. Nature receives life-sustaining prana from the moon, allowing everything to grow and thrive, as moonlight is also essential for the growth of plants and the ripening of fruit, not only sunlight. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, either in the 15th verse of the 13th chapter or the 13th verse of the 15th chapter, "When I come to the earth, I preserve all beings through my life-giving power. When I become the nectar-giving moon, I nourish the vegetation." The moon is the symbol of Lord Shiva, and the mantra of the Bindu chakra is Amritam, meaning I am immortal. At the end of the peace mantra, we sing Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Murtyor Mukshiya Mamritat. Om, my adorned one, the three-eyed Lord Shiva, who is omnipresent, may he nurture us and bless us with wealth. May his blessings liberate us and lead to immortality. This mantra is also known as Maha Mrityunjaya Mantra, the glorious mantra of victory over death. May the light of Shiva fill our consciousness. May the nectar of immortality spread through and expand our inner space, our Chiddakasha. Through this nectar, all chakras are brought into harmony. Fear, sadness, anger, resentment, and other dis-ease-producing emotions are released in the healing vibration of this mantra. May it spread fragrance, melodiousness, love, happiness, and contentment through the entire world. Thank you for listening, and we've come to the conclusion of our reading today, as well as our chapter on the Bindu. Well, sorry, that's not quite true. Next time we'll talk about exercises for the Bindu chakra, but that was the knowledge portion over with. And then we'll begin talking about the last chakra, the crown chakra, soon, and whatever else remains to discover in the hidden power of humans. So, Thank you for listening. With that, we'll begin to wrap up our Sangha. Not before one more segment for us to do together. And that is a chanting, a meditation. And thank you, dear Tan Hao-yu, for your heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you all for listening. All right. I would love to reveal the mantra that I would like to chant with you all tonight. It's an easy one. We've been doing some difficult ones lately. This one's much easier. The mantra that I'd like to chant with you all is the mantra of all mantras. Om. Specifically, we're going to do a deconstruction of Om into its 4 components. Those components being sound of creation. We feel it deep in our belly. And then we raise the point of vibration into our throat. While we do so, we restrict our lips. This converts creation into a preservation. And you might notice that the harmonics change, the overtones, as we change the place of vibration. Then we go from our lips being our place of articulation and our throat being our place of vibration to completely closing off the lips, and then we find the vibration in between our lips and our teeth. Om. And you should even feel your lips vibrate against your teeth. And there's a subtle component that comes along with closing the lips that you might not know just by the spelling of Om with an M. Indeed, with the letter M, we close our lips, but we do something with our lips closed too. When the curtains have been drawn, that is, we bring our tongue up to the back of our throat and completely restrict the airflow from our mouth. Therefore, the final place of resonance becomes our nasal cavity. And that's called the Anuswara, the inner sound, but to be very auspicious. So that's the difference between you might notice the harmonics changing. And then of course there's a short period of silence as we recatch our breath. And this represents going from creation to preservation to dissolution and then back to that one reality that remains before and afterwards. And that's a fun spelling of it, Gregorji, I've never seen. You could spell it A-U-M-G. That's actually pretty perfect. I like that a lot. Alright. Many studies have been done on this sound too, and it's found that regardless of spiritual meaning, there is a genuine effect of peace that can be physiologically measured on someone who practices chanting. This ancient mantra. So if you're interested in chanting along with me, covering the truth of the symbolism of sound and our relationship to our universe, please feel free to join me as I do 108 repetitions of Om. I am going to pause our background music. Yeah. Thank you for listening or chanting along with. I hope that this deconstructed Om chanting has been as intoxicating for you as it has been for me. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a wonderful time. Begin to close today's Sangha, since that is our final segment for the live stream. My lovely mother must have heard us conclude, so she has brought me some limonade, it looks like. Thank you to Mama Moon. I'm going to be giving her a big hug after I end this live stream if she's still up and about. I imagine that she's going to sleep rather soon since it is pretty late. But thank you to those who sent a gift while we were chanting, like Lilemor for your heart me, thank you. Hariom Tatsat. And dear DJ, thank you for your rosa too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. The next time my mom is in, I will ask her to say hi, but she is shy. I don't blame her. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your disco love too. Radhe Radhe and Ms. J, One Universal Karma. Thank you for your rose and heart me too. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And Puff, thank you for your ice cream cone, your trio of them. You are the legendary Miss Puff. One of these days, please give SpongeBob his license. He deserves it. And Samra, thank you for your hanging lights too. And thank you for lighting up everyone's lives. Jaya Sitaram. It's so nice to Om. I'm happy that you enjoyed that, dear Orla. Thank you. You will be doing that chant again, shares told of love. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for your presence here. Namaste, Universal Karma. And dear Usha, thank you for your heart me. Om Pram Bhairvaya. Namo Namaha. Dear Miss J, One Universal Karma. Thank you for another rose too, dear. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear lad, you share, I should post a video explaining the deconstructed Om. I have almost done so. I have partially done so. I made a video on Prakriti and Purusha, which was a philosophical deconstruction of that original sound into material existence, Prakriti, and consciousness, Purusha. But I can definitely go further into the sounds of Prakriti, which are the the U, and the So I'll keep that in mind. 2 great video ideas from this live stream, G to Infinity. What did you suggest? Some video on the incompleteness theorems, on how logic has its limitations, I think. I'll keep that in mind too. Nonetheless, I will upload the recording of this live stream to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. Full length, chapter down to the minute in the description because of a program I wrote for it. In case there's anything valuable you wanted to listen to in this live or any other. No ads. Have I mentioned that before? And they have dedicated playlists on that little YouTube channel too. For the road. Wow. I ohmed so hard I lost my ability to speak normally. That's the good stuff right there. There's dedicated playlists for the readings and the meditations, just like the ones we have just done moments ago. So in case that fancies you, it's there too. And without further ado, which is a beautiful word, by the way, adieu, meaning to God. Without further, to God. May you all have a wonderful rest of your night or evening or afternoon or morning or whatever time it is for you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Belle, for your hand hearts. Here's some hand hearts for you. Where's my bell sound that I can give to you? Thank you. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Boopy boopy time, shares Alex. Thank you for being here, dear Chloe. And hello, Macy. Nice to see you too. Joanna. I am a little late. And did I see Dansuela? Yes, I did. Thank you for sharing your love. So many lovely beings here. I wish I could say goodbye to each of you one by one, but by the time I got to the end of that list, I'm sure there'd be a whole new list of people here to say hello to. So, I have to leave you now. Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, murtyorma amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness to light, from death to immortality. Om. Peace, peace, peace. You all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Namaste.